and plan, looking at potential components for alternatives that would then go to City Council to provide direction, first discussion in April, and then direction in June, so that we can then dig into the details on that. And then we also are expecting to bring to you a retail ordinance based on your discussion last year and the connection with the retail committee. I also noted here that on the San Antonio Road area plan, we do have a few opportunities for engagement from the public. We have a community survey that's now online through the end of March 29th, and we have a community workshop scheduled on March 5th, starting at 6 p.m. at the JCC Palo Alto on Fabian Way. Next slide. For City Council, we've got a few items of interest in the March meetings. We have a discussion scheduled for March 9th on the implementation of Senate Bill 79, consideration of the de minimis exception, a zoning code amendment that PTC recommended approval of in January, and then a pre-screening for a zoning code amendment related to transfer of development rights, particularly applicable to the property at 51 Encina Avenue. If a formal application is submitted on that, that would then come to Planning Commission for consideration. On March 16th, City Council will be considering the project at 2100 Gang Road, the Builder's Remedy project that the PTC recommended approval of on December 10th of last year. And they are scheduled to also consider the project at 4075 El Camino Way, the PC amendment that was considered by the PTC last September. And with that, as the end of my report, but we do also have a representative from Office of Transportation to provide some updates from them.
So, Senior Transportation Planner, RSA, good to have you here.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Planning and Transportation Commission. My name is Ozzie Arce, Senior Transportation Planner with the Office of Transportation, providing the office's updates for February 25th, 2026. Next slide, please. Staff is aware of 3 pedestrian fatalities throughout the city and 1 non-fatal collision involving a vehicle on the tracks just this year. Transportation and other city staff are deeply committed to supporting our youth and creating a safer environment for everyone. Working closely with PAUSD, Caltrain, and other partners, the city is currently exploring several ways to increase safety, building on meaningful steps we have already taken. The City Council created a Rail Safety and Youth Mental Health Ad Hoc Committee, and as of late February, the city has successfully deployed 24-hour human presence by professional track safety monitors at all 4 rail crossings in Palo Alto. This effort is a cost-sharing partnership between the city and the school district, and the city approving the contract at their February 23rd meeting just a couple days ago. Staff is initiating the necessary analysis to evaluate what would be required to implement a temporary closure at the train crossing at Churchill and Alma, with possible City Council consideration and action anticipated within 60 days or by mid-April. This effort would include community engagement, assessment of potential impacts such as emergency response, including police, fire, and ambulance, rerouting and safety of pedestrian and bicyclists, vehicle traffic circulation, and the definition of potential closure elements, including signage, signal changes, fencing, and closing materials for diagnostic review by the CPUC staff. I also want to take this opportunity to announce that the city and the Palo Alto Unified School District will host a community listening session on Thursday, March 12th at 6 p.m. to share feedback on the temporary rail closure of Churchill Avenue. The community feedback received through the listening session and website feedback form will be shared with the City Council as they consider next steps in April. And there is more information on the city's calendar events page and a web page set up for this Churchill Avenue temporary closure analysis. In addition, the city is also moving forward with the quiet zones to eliminate routine train horn noise. I reported on the Palo Alto Avenue quiet zone implementation a few weeks back. Work is finished, like I mentioned, at the Palo Alto Avenue crossing, and we expect that zone to go into effect next month. For our other crossings, we are identifying funding to start the design of required gate upgrades later this year. Moving over to some technological enhancements. In partnership with Caltrain, we have installed the Rail Sentry system at several locations. This system uses AI and cameras to detect if people or vehicles are on the tracks. We are also installing anti-trespassing panels and high-security fencing to prevent unauthorized access to the rail corridor. And that's by Caltrain. And then finally, as many of us are aware of the city's continued advancements of the long-term goal of grade separation, in December 2025, council reaffirmed the partial undercrossing for motor vehicles at Churchill with a pedestrian bike undercrossing at Seal. So just wanted to highlight a few of the elements that we've more recently advanced and also have been advancing more recently. And again, just wanted to highlight that community session on March 12th. Next slide, please. Just a couple more items here. Late last month, on January 22nd, the city staff attended a ribbon cutting for a new Hoover Elementary School campus. Staff helped play a role in engaging the community in relation to the design of the campus access, circulation, and new bike parking. The event was very well attended by community members. Next slide, please. A quick update on an event I announced a few weeks ago, the Lunar New Year event. It was hosted at Mitchell Park Community Center. Very well attended. This was on February 22nd. Multilingual informational flyers were provided from the city, as well as dancing, dragons, and drums. Thank you to the community for joining us. And then I think to wrap up my last slide here, more for those tracking regional policy, Santa Clara County is currently undergoing its first comprehensive update to the circulation and mobility element in nearly 30 years to align county policy with current travel trends. This element is a part of the county's general plan. The project is currently in the initial public engagement phase, and the county launched a resident survey to identify specific transportation-related pain points across the region. The survey link is on the slide, as well as project webpage information from the county. So this is a good opportunity for Palo Alto residents who commute through county roads to provide their input on future mobility of the region. And next slide, that concludes my updates for February 25th, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Armour or Mr. Arce? You're just queuing up everyone. I have Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner G.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Arce, for being here tonight. We desperately missed you, and we just want to send some love and appreciation for you being here. We hope we can have a chance to interact more regularly with your office. Also, thank you for being there at the Lunar New Year celebration. I think that was a wonderful event, and I'm glad you were there. So I wanted to ask about the rail crossings. Thank you so much for the update about Churchill. You mentioned that there's a study being done about alternate routes, and I had a couple of questions about that I just wanted to throw out there. And perhaps if this is not the venue to discuss it, you can tell me where people that are interested can go, because several people have reached out. So bikes, I think there are alternate routes for safe routes to school if someone wants to avoid Churchill. Is that correct?
I think that's part of what we're going to look into, or what are the existing safe routes, and
I think they're already existing though, right? Like,
through Churchill?
one can
Correct.
bypass Churchill
Correct.
if they wanted to.
Correct.
Already. So if they wanted to look for safe routes to school and see what the other options are, they would find that on the city website?
Correct. The public can go to the suggested walk and roll maps that the city has, and in particular, for example, for Pali, they can look at the routes, one of which is Churchill, but there are other
Yeah, I
suggested
have to
routes.
feel like you could, if you're south of Churchill, you could use California Avenue. If you're north, you could use Homer Underpass and things like that. Okay, that's great. So that information exists. You also said you're going to study alternate routes for the emergency travel. And I was just wondering, and I don't know the answer to this, but when there's a collision that has a crossing shut down, I mean, we don't stop fire and police, like they have alternate routes. Is that correct? Or do we just say too bad to?
I will invite the director, Riolo, to speak on emergency routing.
Thanks, sorry for the
And
curveball.
yeah, that may actually be a question for another department, or for the discussions at the council level. Go ahead.
So we don't have information on what the implications are in terms of response times yet, and that would be part of the initial analysis.
Oh,
by the
I'm
way,
so sorry.
Rita Barrett-Lowe, the Chief Transportation
Sorry, I was
Officer.
asking a very different question. I was just asking, when there's a collision that closes down the Churchill intersection, like we had in the presentation, fire and police still are functioning. I assume that that's the case. I'm going to assume that's the case. If you don't have an answer, please feel free to.
They have alternate routes that affects
course,
the
exactly.
response time.
Yes, it does affect response time. So do collisions, right? Like, we know that. Okay, so thank you for answering that, and I will be sharing the information about your information session with the parents group that's been working on this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. My first question goes to Assistant Director Armour. I was wondering, for the City Council items, which of them are on the consent calendar and which of the items are not?
That is a good question. So
Do you mind pulling up the slide again?
yeah, sure, we can pull up the slide. It's the third one in my presentation. For March 9th, there aren't any items that came to PTC that are discussion items, action items. So you are welcome to review the staff reports, but there's no need to attend if you're the liaison for March. For the discussion on March 16th, 2100 Gang Road, that will be a discussion item, and 4075 El Camino Way, that is also a discussion item, though we may need an alternate to represent on that project.
Thank you. Maybe a piece of feedback, it could be helpful to just list which ones are, yeah.
And I often do. I don't
Yeah.
seem to have noted that here, but I will in the
No,
future. Thank you.
I just want to say you normally do, so thank you for that. And then my second question goes to Mr. Arce, maybe less of a question, but more of a comment. I find that since we have moved the sensors for triggering the traffic light at Meadow and Alma to behind the train tracks, I guess on the El Camino side, about 1 in 10 times it doesn't seem to trigger. And so the traffic will back up for multiple cycles all the way to El Camino Way. I don't know if Commissioner Templeton has noticed that as well. I'm seeing a thumbs up. So just curious, are you seeing this also at Charleston? Okay, so there might be something finicky about the sensor at Meadow. Just curious about that.
Can you describe a little bit more?
Yeah,
what you're
so
seeing?
basically, right now, if I'm trying to go from the El Camino side of the tracks across the tracks, across Alma on Meadow, about 1 in 10 times, 1 in 15 times I'm doing that crossing and I'm waiting on the El Camino side of the tracks, the sensor doesn't go off for that direction, and so it'll skip that entire cycle. And so the cars back up all the way through to Wilkie to El Camino Way, and it causes pretty bad congestion for that area.
Oh, interesting. I'll convey that to our signals team so they can look
Thank
into it.
you. Just wanted to call that out since I've noticed it a couple times now. And second from Commissioner Templeton.
Commissioner Templeton?
Sorry, I realized I had one more question about you said that there was a December meeting where council reaffirmed the underpass at Churchill, and that was sort of in the same slide with the other stuff that's been happening since the tragedy at Halley, and which happened after that meeting. So has anything changed about the plans for how council wants to deal with that grade crossing?
The long-term plans for the grade separation are, as you know, the latest direction that we have is from that December 15th meeting.
Okay, so they haven't had a chance to decide if they wanted to change anything, so you have to kind of carry along on that course?
Correct.
Unless they do change.
And in fact, it's built into some of our grants at the moment, so any change would require various changes in agreements and.
Except closure.
So the thing that's being contemplated is a temporary closure. It would not affect the long-term.
And what does temporary mean in terms of city planning? Because we've had a temporary thing at Crescent Drive for a long time.
We're still exploring what it means ourselves.
Okay, that's fine. It's fair. It's a fair answer. I just wanted to make sure that we understand, like, what are the durations that we do know? And do we don't anticipate any changes to that? That nothing is scheduled to talk about making changes to that crossing, the grade crossing plan currently?
No, we have a schedule that we've been working on with the rail committee.
And is the Seal under bike ped crossing still, it's a separate project?
The Seal Avenue pedestrian bicycle undercrossing is considered to be part of the Churchill grade separation.
Yeah, okay, and there's no way to, all right, I'm going to phrase this differently, and then I'm going to take it offline because we could go all night on this, but any of that, can that begin first in any way? Can we have that bike pedestrian crossing construction begin before the other part?
I think that would be part of the details. We're still at 15%.
Oh, okay.
So that
We're
would
not
be
there
like
yet.
part of the implementation plan after you got to 100%.
Fair enough. Thank you for answering these questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson?
All right. So thank you to staff for all your good work with the rail crossing. My son walks that route every day, and as a parent, I definitely feel much more comfortable knowing that there is a crossing, lifeguard essentially there to keep an eye on that, not just for my son, but for his friends as well. So it's, I think, all parents in Palo Alto, knowing that there's somebody there, it makes a big difference when you're not sitting at home all day wondering, is somebody, keeping an eye on that crossing? So one of the questions is the guard there around is it 24 hours?
Correct, 24 hours.
And then does the guard have a shelter? Is there a guard shack of some kind, or is the guard simply standing out in the weather? I know the guards, they can stand in the weather, but I am curious, what's the facilities for the longer term plan?
I am not aware of what facilities are set up for the individual. I do know that they are professional track safety monitors.
Right.
So there's a specialty to the trade, so.
But it also, it just maybe plant the idea there that if there's an ability to maybe dive into that a little bit and look at some resources, because the guards stay more alert when they're not having to literally stand there essentially at attention for a full 8-hour shift, and oftentimes becomes a 16-hour shift. So just something to think about on that. I would recommend trying to look at how to make their job as resourced as we can to make sure they have what they need to do their job. So the other question I have is on California Avenue. Thank you for the bollards out there and the landscaping. California Avenue is beautiful. So one of the issues with California Avenue, and I know we've gone over it, so I'm looking maybe more for an update, is down by the railroad tracks where the Caltrain station is. I don't want to say it looks like the street is not complete, but it definitely when you get to the end of the street at the roundabout, it does look incomplete. Is there anything on the roadmap to finish out the end of California Avenue down by the fountain? And then I did see some planning for the overpass by Oregon Expressway on the backside of the California Avenue train station.
So this may or may not actually be a question for Office of Transportation.
Okay, that was my
Public
next
Works-
question.
Yeah, the Public
So
Works
this is Public
Department
Works,
does.
it's a street, but it's,
What I'd recommend, if you'd like to send these questions to me via email, I can connect you with the correct people.
Okay,
To
thank
get you
you.
some information.
maybe that's the question, is it's not a street issue then for California Avenue for the transportation?
Right, Public Works has taken point on in conjunction with CMO and in conversation with OOT around the bollards, the landscaping that you see, but it is a Public Works initiative
Okay, well, I want to give you commendations and congratulations for doing good work on that.
with the city manager's office. I don't
So
want
you
to
can take all the
discount their
credit for it and
efforts.
say, yes, we did it, we took care of it. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, quick question, Mr. Arce, for the county CME update, how do they interact with OOT?
The effort just started, so I think that's part of the trying to understand the engagement plan, but typically staff is involved in a technical advisory group of sorts, and material is shared for us to review internally before it hits the public. So there is that internal coordination that happens.
Okay, good. No operational question there. I was just curious, since we do have important commute routes that are controlled by the county. Commissioner Templeton.
I'm just thinking back to the last meeting. When we're doing planning things that require street changes, is that the Department of Transportation or is that Public Works?
We do have a staff member who does a review of the transportation access and circulation, and then the implementation can be varied.
Well, my specific question is, we have seen a couple of projects that are adjacent to each other using the same street, and we did not, while deliberating it, have access to a transportation person. Is that something we can ask for, or do you review it before planning brings it, or how do we get access to your expertise for that kind of deliberation?
Typically, I think that planning coordinates the planning reviews, and so we're pulled in as needed.
I'm not sure I totally understand the scenario, but if, when we're analyzing a project, we would certainly analyze access to the site and whether that is.
But if there's two
how that is
abutting projects, each of them are going to have the old throughput model for the street, and there's no way to talk about the combined impact of, so is that a area plan
if
kind
they
of
were-
conversation, or what?
Well, I guess if they were both happening at the exact same time, we would be looking at them. But if they happen one and then the other, then the second project that came in would need to be
They're
considered
approved separately,
first.
yeah.
So when we do have transportation studies, they are including looking at other pending projects in the area. So that is something that's looked at. We do have review from the other departments as required, depending on the scope of the project.
Is that
If you-
happening on the kind of project that we saw that was the Builder's Remedy project?
Development projects have review by the other relevant departments, including Public Works, Utilities, Transportation. This, I think, is a really great example of if you know that you're going to have questions on certain topics, please email staff ahead of time.
Oh, I told you 2 weeks ago. That's why we asked, I assume that's why people came tonight. We asked those questions during deliberation.
Right, right. And so as you were looking at that staff report for the last meeting, if you identified some areas where you were going to have questions and were able to send those questions or at least some kind of high-level topics that you know you're going to want to discuss during the meeting, if you can send that on Monday or Tuesday, staff is happy to try and arrange for additional expertise.
It's a lot easier when we have transportation here regularly, so just going to throw that out there. You don't have to respond. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner G, then Peterson.
Just to kind of maybe put a concrete example on what Commissioner Templeton's saying, this project actually has an adjacent PHZ project, I believe at 788 that staff reviewed at the same time at council. So I think that might be an example. For example, when we're thinking about what kinds of projects we might want to do in the special setback, I think that's something where like having OOT's perspective. Yes, Ms. Armour?
I just want to step in and caution, we're getting into a little bit of a back and forth in discussion. I want to be careful about how far we're going into discussion since this was.
Sure, but I will use a different example. I thought that Rafael Reyes's comment at 660 University, I thought was really insightful about the depth of the traffic light signal and how we thought about the usage of the garage. So I just wanted to cite an example of a previous project in which I thought OOT's expertise during our deliberations, I think, really helped with the decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to return to the topic of the security guard real quick. For full disclosure, I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only one that worked as a security guard. So out of high school, I couldn't get a job in construction, and my first job was night guard on construction sites up in Sacramento. And so that's where maybe I wanted to shine some light on why is it important to provide resources at the guard station? It's because if the guards don't like the station, you won't get good guards. They all get paid the same, and I guarantee you each guard station is very different. Now, I was always gunning for the one that had the guard shack with the heater and you didn't have to do anything. So the better you can make that facility for the guards, and just think from that perspective, the better the guards you're going to get there, and definitely the less fatigued they'll be. And I think that's going to do a lot of good service for our students.
Thank you. Last call for questions from commissioners. All right, I think we're done. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Now we move on to agenda item number 2, reviewing the conceptual plan to rezone from PC 5622 to a new planned home zone at 800 through 808 and 814 San Antonio Road. For those of you following along, this begins on packet page 8. Commissioners, do we have any disclosures? Seeing none, may we have the staff presentation?
Good evening, Commissioners. Claire Raybold, Manager of Current Planning. The project before you tonight is a rezoning to a planned community, also referred to as planned home zoning, for properties at 800 to 808 San Antonio and 814 San Antonio, filed under 808 San Antonio in our system. So the project location is near East Charleston Road on San Antonio Road. There are some other nearby projects that I did want to highlight. 788 San Antonio is a new proposed planned community immediately adjacent to this property. There's also 824 San Antonio, which is where this boxing fitness studio is. It's a proposed or approved senior planning or senior development. And across Leghorn at 762 San Antonio, where Henschhold is, there is, and the Hertz Rent-A-Car, a builder's remedy application for an exclusively residential housing development. So just a quick overview of the proposed project. The project includes rezoning of the site to redevelop the site with a new residential development that would be 8 stories with 174 units to be provided as for sale units. 20% of those units, or 35 total units, would be provided as below market rate at varying affordability levels as detailed in the staff report. There would be 2 levels of underground parking with 203 total parking stalls. These are all designed in a lift system. Some of the highlights in terms of exceptions to development standards include, but are not limited to, a height exception, a floor area exception, and a retail floor area requirement. A separate vesting tentative map to merge the 2 parcels and then subdivide for condominium purposes would be required as a condition of approval of the project if they do not file it prior to approval or prior to a decision on this project. Just to generally explain the process for a planned community rezoning, it starts with a pre-screening with council. I do want to kind of highlight this was an interesting pre-screening. As we noted in the staff report, they came forward with a pre-screening to council, but what was presented at the time was different than what is currently proposed. And so we wanted to highlight, the comments that council had at the time, and generally they were supportive of the project at the time with a 5-story development, and I believe it's 120 units. They are proposing 174 units in an 8-story development now. They're not required to go back to pre-screening, but we just wanted to note, for your reference, some of the council's comments. We also noted in the staff report, we had the benefit of council's comments on the neighboring property at 788 San Antonio, which was proposing a similar 8-story project. And some of the key things that they highlighted that they were interested in for that project, which was making sure that there's sufficient parking and considering step backs from the right-of-way on upper levels. And this project it comes before you the first time just to consider whether, you want to move this forward to the Architecture Review Board, and so that's what we're asking tonight of you. This would then go to the Architectural Review Board and then return for a recommendation, and then return to the Planning and Transportation Commission for a formal recommendation on the project for both the ordinance that's moving forward and approval of the development plan as well. And then it would go to council for a final decision. In terms of the CEQA, this is planned as an addendum to the previously adopted environmental impact report, which evaluated the HIP expansion EI program and application to the San Antonio Road corridor. And that analyzed approximately 800 units along this corridor. And so this project we are anticipating would fall under that addendum. And we are doing an additional addendum to just document the project-specific changes that we would want to consider. And just some basic site plans, elevations. So the project has a previously approved PC that applies to the site and the zoning right now. One thing I did want to highlight is that they are making changes to the circulation of some of the pieces of that based on staff's comments and some concerns that were raised about the increase in the density and wanting to provide some of the facilities that were previously provided off-site, on-site now. And so the applicant has made some modifications to the plans that are before you tonight to provide, for example, trash pickup on-site instead of off-site. And we are still exploring the fire access to the site, but we anticipate that that there would be an option that would allow us to not have the curb cut that was previously approved along San Antonio. And we were looking to try and resolve that in coordination with the applicant to provide a solution that makes sure we preserve that right-of-way as much as possible for our forthcoming San Antonio Road area plan. This is just some basic elevations and the proposed materials that they're presenting. And as noted, some of the policy considerations that you may want to weigh in on is the proposed floor area. Right now it's 4.7 floor area ratio proposed, where 3.0 is currently allowed under the existing PC. The existing PC allows a 60-foot, 8-inch project. They are proposing 92 feet, 88.5 to the top of the parapet and 92 to the top of the mechanical equipment. And the project does not include ground floor retail, which was previously included in their PC that was approved. 1,078 square feet was proposed and approved as part of that existing PC. And the ordinance would amend the uses to remove commercial and allow 170 units, 74 units where 75 units is allowed per the current PC zoning. So with that, staff would recommend that Planning and Transportation Commission take the following action: provide initial comments and feedback, and recommend that staff forward the proposed project to the Architecture Review Board for further consideration. And with that, I'll turn it back to you and recommend that you hear from the applicant.
Very good. Do you want to do clarifying questions of staff before hearing the applicant's presentation, or simply move on? All right. If we may have the presentation from the applicant then, please.
Certainly. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And let me get hooked into the system here. I didn't want to butt in while someone else was talking, so I waited. So give me one moment. Okay. And one thing I want to say, I don't have really technically a presentation per se. I really just wanted to give you the opportunity to ask questions about specifics. We do have some kind of bigger, prettier pictures that I'll leaf through, and also a little bit more detail on things like the sections, really anticipating some of the concerns that we heard the first time that we went through with the lower version and how we've addressed those in the new version. So let me switch over to presentation mode. Okay, so the new 8-story version, as you know, our neighbors to the south are also proposing an 8-story building. And so after the presentation, we looked at how that would fit in, how our project would fit in with the neighborhood, and that's why we're here today to propose to this new 8-story version. The previous version had 75 units. What we're proposing here is 174, and I have prepared a slight comparison. So this was the previously approved project, and take note of materials, style, generally the same. 75 units, 60 foot 8 feet tall, as pointed out by the planning staff, by Claire. And then if we go back the other way, hopefully I can, then this is the new version. So the visual language we've adopted is primarily the same in terms of the materiality. The base of the building, as you'll see when we get into the plans, has changed significantly, and this is primarily in response to planning comments. So while we're still on this image, I'll point out that over on the left, you'll see that at the base there are some louvered screens. That is because we have the trash pickup area behind rather than out on the street as we previously did. And so it will provide some relief in that area, but also screen the activities from the street. We do have units on the ground floor that address the street, and you'll see those in the floor plan in just a moment. I'm going to skip over the data. It's a little small to read, but if we need to go back to it, it's there for us. Okay, that was the one we were just looking at. We still maintain the two-story high entry element, this lobby that visually connects to the courtyard, and so that has not changed from the previous scheme. One other item, we are looking at doing a fully automated parking system, and we found a manufacturer that does one that's actually ADA compliant, so you can park vans and ADA cars within the stack. If we go up to the next level, you'll see that the drop-off stations are designed to handle a van, so a van could open up into an 8-foot zone adjacent, and that with any kind of obstructions on the ground are within the footprint of the car and therefore would not interfere with pedestrian travel. And we'll keep an eye on that. We know that's a concern. So the ground floor, I think the primary difference here is that previously we had the trash pickup in pull out on the street. All of that is occurring internally here on the upper left corner. And what's happened is if we go up to the next floor, you'll see that we have a double height space that would allow the trucks to maneuver inside. We do have one correction that we need to make on our section in terms of the opening there. We're showing a 10-foot opening, but it'll actually be much taller for the trucks. So the truck would then be able to perform a turnaround. Let's see, turnaround within the footprint here, and you can see that we've got a tracing of how the truck would maneuver as it comes onto the site and comes off. The hatched zone here off to the left, that is our proposed fire access. It would be aerial truck access, needs to be 26 foot wide. And our proposal would be to include a rolled curb just at the entry point where the trucks would come in, and then they'd be able to exit through the regular driveway. And obviously this would have to be in coordination with whatever plans are made for the special setback. And I'll just quickly leaf through. As you can see on the third level and the fourth level, very similar. And then as we get higher in the building, one of the concerns we had before was light penetration into the courtyard. And so we've carved away the south portion of the building to allow more sunlight in. And it's very clear in the sections, as we go higher, the decks out there get shallower and shallower. And I can show that. And then the other aspect of this is that we have a fairly extensive roof deck that's going to comprise the primary open space. Because of a change in the building code, this will now be considered a high-rise building. So we've already incorporated the high-rise requirements. There's extra fire protection, vestibules in the stairways, those kinds of things. So we should be compliant code-wise. Elevations, I think, just for reference, I think the question of the upper level setbacks is going to come up. Whoops, I've lost control of my. All right, so I'm going to go back to the elevations. There you go. This, on the front elevation, which is, you can see is with the entry with the blue glass here, this dark area is what our proposed step back would be. And it's the top 2 floors. Sorry, top 2 floors. And I think in section it's clear, it's a 5-foot step back. And then, of course, it is also tied to balcony locations. If we look at that front elevation. So this is more apparent in the rendering, but that surface at the back of the balconies matches with the surface of the step back. So there's a coherent design idea that is this portion of the building is pushed back, and then the white portions of the building would step forward. So we welcome any feedback on that. There again, section, there's another section that shows it as well, where I've even measured it. This is the section right over the opening, and this is the opening in question that is incorrect, that needs to be quite a bit taller. Here we show the sections in the courtyard, and the ones that I think are most important are in the top section on the left-hand side. You can see the terraces. This is a little bit, this particular drawing is incorrect. The sun would never come from that direction. That's the north. I'll talk to my staff about that. I think the one on the bottom shows more clearly how we anticipate the shadows would operate. This is also not entirely accurate because the building mass that would be behind us that's cut away in the section would actually create a horizontal shadow line right at the where the 2 angles meet there. But the kind of terracing that you see was intended to allow light to come in from the south. And then the material palette is actually the same from the smaller version of the building and with no modifications. So that is our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Commissioners, I know there will be, I predict at least, there will be a good bit of discussion later. So do we have any questions to help enable public comment of either staff or Mr. Donahue? Commissioner G.
Yeah, I had a procedural question for staff. So on slide 3, you mentioned that the process is PTC hearing parentheses S followed by ARB hearings parentheses S followed by PTC recommendation. Is it like if the PTC wanted to continue this item hypothetically, would it be required to continue, like have multiple hearings at this stage before it goes to the ARB, or would it, like when it comes back from the ARB, could there still be multiple hearings? I was just curious because of the way that the slide is laid out.
There could be multiple hearings at either stage. Yeah. There's only one required hearing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Any others? Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests for comment from the public?
Through the chair, we have at the moment one request to speak, and if there's any members on Zoom that would like to speak to this item, I'd invite you to raise your hand. Then I would like to invite our first speaker, Herb B., to the mic.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
All right, thank you, Ms. Armour. Chair Aiken and Commissioners, there may be 3 issues, any one of which, depending on its status, would require a continuance. The first is that the staff report says that the public notice on postcards and newspaper ad, but it doesn't indicate whether that public notice indicated this was a study session or an action item. It indicated a study session, then it need to be continued, so the proper noticing was given to the public. Second issue is that they're scheduled, and it may have happened already, I mean, it's not happening until tomorrow, on a regional plan for the San Antonio area. And if that's already happened, that information, in some written form, should have been available to the commission before you make a decision on the conceptual plan. And so we continue for that reason. And the alternative, it hasn't happened yet. This would be one project that's part of that regional plan. You should hear from that regional study session first. And there's another one that I tried to find this project on permit view, and I found only the previous project that approval, but I did not find it. And, for people who are interested in it, in the project, they should have that available to them before they have an opportunity to speak before you. In regard to the parkland, I think this area is going to be needing its more parkland because of the intense development. And in terms of the Cubberley project, I believe that, the public will be willing to pay for that. What they wouldn't pay for, I don't think, on a tax would be subsidizing regional organizations with exorbitant salaries who want to use Cubberley and want to be subsidized from public taxes. On current environmental issues that may have been studied in the EIR, but I haven't had an opportunity to see that. The first is groundwater level. When you build a garage, you have essentially walls which create a dam, which makes that issue worse for neighboring properties. Another is a sea level rise. We've had an adaptation study, but I believe current events indicate that that's probably out of date and it'll probably be higher. And finally, earthquakes. All across Priola maps would indicate liquefaction in this area, and also the need to protect against seismic problems. But until you see what at least the current maps are and whether they need to be updated, that's a final issue that would need to be considered before going on to the ARB, and another continuation needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borak. Mr. Tavera, do we have any other requests to speak?
Through the chair, we have not received any other comment or requests to speak.
Okay. If I may, Ms. Raybold, can you respond to Mr. Borak's procedural questions about noticing and other projects underway?
Yeah, so regarding noticing, it was noticed properly as a public hearing, as far as I'm aware. Is that accurate?
It was noticed as a public hearing.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure. And then with respect to availability of information, it should be available on the portal. I'm trying to double check right now if there's any reason, but it's filed under 808 San Antonio and should all be available under the portal. And links were provided on the staff report. With respect to San Antonio Road area plan, that is moving forward for further discussion, but it's a ongoing project. Do we know the anticipated timeline? I mean, I know it's coming forward soon to the Planning Commission again on March 25th, I believe.
Correct. So the area plan is in process, but we don't expect that anything would be adopted before 2027. This phase right now is looking at alternatives, but then working into policy details and environmental review would all be completed prior to any adoption of the plan.
And I would just note that, we're not looking to stop projects that are currently on file, but we are doing our best to make sure that we are preserving all of our options as part of that area plan, to make sure that, anything that we move forward will be a viable option, in the public right of way.
Thank you both. I'm sure during the discussion more on that subject will come up. All right, commissioners, let's see. Technically, we have time for an applicant rebuttal if Mr. Donahue would like to speak to anything that's been heard so far.
So I think we always appreciate good public comment. I think the two that I can speak to are the earthquake danger. Of course, all buildings that are constructed in California have to meet the California Building Code, and they have to meet the structural requirements based on exploration of the soils on the site. And so our structural engineer will take the soils data and will create an appropriate structure to resist earthquake, including dangers of liquefaction in the area. I'll point out that we are proposing a secant wall for the parking, and this is partially due to concerns about the strength of the foundation, but also to handle the water table, underground water table. And I think as part of that, we are required to provide hydrology studies, and so that will be part of the permitting process. I think that's the only architectural items that I heard.
Thank you very much. It is time for us to move on to commissioner discussion. Before we do that, I would like to set a little bit of context. So as Ms. Raybold noted, we have a fairly simple decision to make tonight, whether or not to forward the design to the ARB. However, this is also our opportunity to give both the applicant and the ARB a preview of the questions we might have when the project comes back to us. So this is a great opportunity for us to provide that feedback so that they have as much time as possible to work on potential issues. Staff has asked us to provide feedback on quite a few things. I think there are 6 that are particularly important, and I'll list them in just a second. But I just wanted to ask that commissioners consider commenting on those specifically, as well as making the other observations that you already have in mind. So these items are mentioned in the staff report starting on packet page 13. Number 1, ground floor commercial. Number 2, physical development standards, that's setbacks, step backs, daylight planes. Number 3, parking. Number 4, the TDM plan. Number 5, the San Antonio Road special setback. And finally, number 6, unit size and affordability mix. So I would respectfully request as much input as we can get on those things to help inform the ARB's deliberations and assist in getting answers from the applicant. Finally, it's a little hard to see where to work this in. Commissioner G is our representative on the San Antonio Community Advisory Group. So Commissioner, is there anything in the public record from the CAG's deliberations so far that we should keep in mind before we begin general discussion, so specific to the CAG?
Yes, I can start, and then staff, specifically Jennifer, who's also there, can also jump in as well. So as public comment has previously mentioned, the CAG does have an additional meeting tomorrow to go over some of the transportation items. So I will kind of start by talking about the housing portion. And so in the last CAG meeting, we talked about different levels of density that we thought might be appropriate for the area. The public was provided ability to comment on approximately 6 floors, approximately 9 floors, approximately 18 floors, something in that ballpark. I think that The main comment that came out of this that I thought is interesting for folks here and also mentioned in the CAG information is that traffic is really congested on San Antonio. And in addition, there's a lot of interest in having some kind of mixed-use presence on San Antonio to eventually make it into a walking corridor. There are beloved businesses that are currently on San Antonio that people would like to keep, although we have no control over that. I think it's interesting to think about what potentially mixed use could be involved here in this project as well as the zone as a whole. We also were able to take a walk through the San Antonio area, and one thing that I might note in particular is that on the side of San Antonio of which this project is on, there are many utility boxes that are right against the side of the road where the road is currently, which may impact the ability to have certain transportation projects that occur in the special setback. The most recent email that I got from staff about the transportation options does include potentially using that space as a buffer. I don't know if, Ms. Armour, you have a copy of that slide deck that we could maybe pull up at a later point. Don't worry, I have it. I can send it to you after when we go through the rounds. But I think it could be interesting to show what staff has looked at as potential alternatives for usage of the special setback, especially for transportation means, as we consider the usage for PHZs such as this, which this project in particular does not encroach on a special setback, but it may be interesting to think about for transportation congestion management. I will stop there for now.
Thank you. That's exactly the sort of thing I'd hoped we'd have to help inform the rest of our discussion. All right, it's now open for commissioners, and I see, pardon me, Mr. Yang, I was not being observant.
That's all right. I just raised my hand a moment ago. So I just wanted to clarify, we went back and looked, and apparently the notice cards that were mailed out did say study session. And so the commission may, if it wants to, continue this for renoticing, but I don't believe that is required for a couple of reasons. One, there actually isn't a requirement that we send out that kind of notice for this hearing. It's not provided for in our code. The only legal requirement is that we publish the agenda 72 hours in advance under the Brown Act, which we did and which had the correct information. The second is that even when our code does require notices, we do state in the code that typographical errors aren't a basis for, requiring a hearing to be held again. So if the commission, as a body, thinks that this was a significant error that may have affected, this hearing, they could continue it, but I don't believe it's necessary.
And I presume you would need a formal action from us in order to do that.
To continue, yes.
Chair, could I ask a follow-up question?
Please do.
Just curious to Mr. Yang, because of the sort of posture, it's not often that things come to us with a staff recommendation to recommend that it go to the ARB. And I'm wondering, in our ordinance processes, is our recommendation that it go to the ARB necessary? Do we have to formally take that action, or can we have our discussion, provide our input in a study session context, and it will naturally, under our code, go to ARB with all of that commentary?
Yeah, our code isn't perfectly clear on this point, and I do think you raise a good point, which is that this is a fairly unique process in our code where the PTC has an initial review, but it's not actually making a recommendation. on the project. It's just having the initial review before the project is sent to the ARB. The code does say that the PTC must act favorably, which you could interpret to mean that it is should be an action item on the agenda, which is how we do treat these hearings. But it is unusual in that this is a preliminary step, and the item will be heard by the PTC again.
Interesting. I'm not sure how to resolve the process question now. May we have some guidance?
There can be some discussion if there's uncertainty, but I think what we've heard from our city attorney is that it is acceptable for the PTC to make a recommendation that this be forwarded on to ARB, that continuance to another meeting and renoticing is not required. And so, discussion, providing feedback, identifying the things you'd like to know more about. You will, on the San Antonio Road area plan, have more information the next time you see this, because it will be further in the process. All of those kinds of things that you'd like to hear more about, it could then move forward.
Commissioner Temple, you have something to contribute on this?
Yes, I wanted to say that I think the chair was right, that the most important part of what we're doing tonight is discussion. And as far as making sure that the public has an opportunity to engage on this project, not only do they have it tonight, but they will also have it at the ARB, and when it comes back to the PTC, and when it goes to council, and with the San Antonio project. I feel that the spirit of the law is satisfied, and I would really hope we can have a good discussion tonight. Thank you.
All right, I'll request any further comments on the procedural issue at hand before moving on to a discussion of the project. Anyone else have anything more to say? All right, my inclination is to proceed, both for the timeliness of the process and because I think we can deal with the implications of the code in reasonable ways. Any objections? All right, then, let's proceed to general discussion. I have Commissioner Heckman and then Commissioner Templeton. This was left over from the previous. All right, let's begin with Commissioner Heckman then.
All right, thank you. So I do have some sort of minor questions. I do ultimately want to point this in the direction of the ARB one way or another. And so I'm sort of looking at it through that lens and what we want them to know, particularly on these 6 items. I did have a few sort of related clarifying questions. Packet page 21, in 23, this is one of those rare instances where the auto labeling of the agenda item has covered important information. It's surprising how infrequently this happens. But in this instance, on 21, it's covering max building height, and on 23, it's bicycle parking proposed. So can you just tell me what the max building height is? I probably could have figured it out on the plans.
Max building height, I know, is 92 feet to the top of the mechanical equipment. And let me just look back at my presentation briefly. It was done. Sorry. 88 feet 6 inches to the top of the parapet.
All right, thank you. And then on 23, the number of long-term bike spaces proposed?
Yeah, let me find that. Give me a minute. My recollection was it complies with the code, but I just want to double check.
Yeah, I believe the easy place to find that was on the plans.
What'd you find?
Yeah, I can find it for you again, but
There are 88, oh yeah, sorry, I guess I say 8 short-term bike racks.
Yeah, 18 short-term, I can see that peeking out from under the label. It's the long-term.
all right, it's on page A0.1, and the bicycle parking, 184 spaces,
184.
and 174 are required.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I probably could have asked the applicant. I am going to have a question for the applicant in a minute, if that's okay. Let's see. Page 10 says that, packet page 10 says this is not a housing inventory site. 13 says it is in 27 spaces. I suspect packet page 13 is correct, but I'm not sure. Whichever it is, I think you're going to recycle this report to some extent as it goes to ARB, so clean that up. Either way, the proposed development is substantially more than either 0 or 27, so it's in the sort of same realm of magnitude. And a similar issue regarding ground floor retail on packet page 21, at the bottom of table 1 on packet page 21, it seems to say that 2294 of ground floor retail are, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, are being proposed, where I think that number is 0.
That was the previous proposal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have updated that. They were proposing retail
Yeah.
in the initial submittal.
In the 120 to council, or the one that went to council.
In the 120 to council, but even in the initial submittal on this project. However, when they made the modifications to provide the trash pickup on site, that modified from 175 units down to 174 and also removed the retail, but that was an error, so thank you for
Okay, yeah.
catching that. And
Again, these things are just to clean up when you redo the report. And then the third item of this nature, packet page 22, table 2 doesn't seem to be for this project. 32-foot 6-inch height existing and to be maintained. So take a look at that, and it just seems like it's a different project.
yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, all right, so we don't need to dwell on that. I do have a question for the applicant, if I may, Chair. Are we?
Please, I was hoping we'd have a few.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so thank you for bringing this project forward, re-envisioning it. I think that can be a challenge when you start the wheels in one motion and do a fairly significant pivot. And I like a lot of what I see. I'm interested to hear what the commissioners have to say. One of the things that caught my eye was the parking spaces. 203 proposed. I think it's 275 is the standard, so it'd be a 27% reduction TDM. And this part of San Antonio, it's commented on in the staff report. There's not a lot of public transportation along this corridor now. If there is in the future, I think it's quite a ways off, and it would be well after I would hope you get your project built. And so you've got 1.15 parking spaces per unit. You have a number that I appreciate of 2 and 3 bedroom units, which logically would tend to invite more two-car families. And so I understand obviously that there's a significant cost issue in building parking, but I think we would benefit from hearing your thoughts on why you have to sell these units, why you think you can sell these units with 1.15 parking spaces, right? Why will the market embrace that?
Well, I think specifically that's probably a question for the project sponsor, but I can tell you that part of what, as architects, we're grappling with is the burgeoning of automatic cars and the fact that actually this area of the country is at the center of what is looking to be a revolution in the way people get around. There's a generation that doesn't really care for car ownership, and they have the ability to go out the door with their phone and have something come and pick them up. It's hard to anticipate how successful that will be, but I will say that indications are that will continue to burgeon. And so in that case, the desire to or the need to have the burden of an additional car starts to become more limited. Now, all that being said, whether that's true on day one in terms of selling, I would have to defer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, my name is York Lee. I'm the owner of the project. So basically, this idea come out, and our original plan, this is being approved before we match the requirement of the code for the parking requirement. But this new application submittal, we got idea initially, it is from a pre-screening meeting with a council member. At the time, our neighbor project present at the same meeting. They propose 8-story underground parking. It's very, very short, probably less than half as a standard. And a discussion session, we sit there on the meeting. Council member recommend our neighbor project to provide more parking, but in general, they mention city is planned to have some kind of transportation management program, meaning they prefer to reductions to somewhat required to make less congestion, less needed, whatever study from a city point of view. And we heard from that meeting. So then we discussed with the staff. Emily was a planner for our project. So we got idea, probably get 20-25% reduction is reasonable from city point of view about a total new transportation management plan on that area. That's overall idea we got. And second, about the sales. So we, as you can see, we have 4 different type of unit: studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom. So I didn't do detailed calculation. In general sense, is from 2-bedroom above may make sense for 2 parking garage, and the studio we don't have to. And 1-bedroom, if possible, we provide 1 parking, whatever. I didn't do detailed calculation. We haven't got that detail, but that's the 2. So that's why we think for current situation, as Mark mentioned, those 200 plus parking in generally it's decent from a city point of view once we get from a pre-screen meeting and also from a feasibility sales point of view. But for several parking adjustment, it's not hard, may be able to, but that's the idea we come out. Yeah.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Thank you.
And Chair, those are my questions. I'll come back in a second round and discuss the items you had identified.
Great, thank you. I'm sure there'll be follow-up on a lot of that. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I will follow the same format as Commissioner Heckman and ask my questions first and then provide comments later. I think the first question I had is for the applicant. I think the very first question I had when reading the packet was, can you explain a little bit more in detail why this project differs so much from the one that came at pre-screen? Is it just that, I think you mentioned in your original presentation that it was just that your neighboring project is 8 floors. Can you provide some more detail here?
I think part of it is that just by its nature, for a market rate project in this neighborhood, the perception of the importance of the project is affected by its surroundings. So, I mean, it seems simplistic, but a 5- or 6-story building next to an 8-story building would be diminished, and the roof deck would be shaded. There was just a perception that if the neighborhood is going in that direction, and if this is a desire of the city to have that kind of density, then we should respond. And, you know, I think the other thing is that there's certain costs that are just set from the beginning. If you're going to dig a 30-foot pit in the ground, that cost is going to exist whether you have 20 units or whether you have 174. And so some of it is probably just the financial calculus of if you're going to go in for a dime, you might as well go in for $1. And then some of it too is just that we heard a lot of feedback from the council that they expressed disappointment on the smaller project that we weren't providing enough. They wanted to see more. And so in a very simple way, we've provided it.
So I also watched that council meeting yesterday in preparation for today's meeting. And just to clarify, my understanding of what council said at that meeting was that they appreciate the project, that the size that was there, but would have liked to see a more composite of 2 and 3 bedrooms because that's what you reduced between the original project and the current project at the time. Is that correct?
That sounds like a good recollection. I did not review the meeting, but from our perspective, the issue at hand is that if you are doing 2 and 3 bedroom units, you're occupying more square footage of the building to produce that unit. And so there has to be some kind of compensatory mechanism.
That I understand. So just to be clear here, are you saying that the original project would have penciled out for you, the one that came to council pre-screen?
So can you say it again?
Yeah,
What's your question?
so like the original project that came to council pre-screen, would that have penciled out for you? Or is this also that you need more units in the current proposal in order for the numbers to pencil out?
Yeah, because this is, I think it's related to your previous question. You say you listened to the council pre-screen council meeting, right? Has a comments to provide a more 2-bedroom and also 3-bedroom unit. And then, so once we changed the idea, Mark just explained about the reason we changed. At that time, we tried to respond to council's comments, and we added more 3-bedroom. I remember 120 unit, we have only like 10 plus 3-bedroom. Now we have 25 3-bedroom. So
I understand that. I was just wondering from a financial perspective, would the project have penciled out in the proposal that you had at council pre-screen?
So the main challenge, it is a financial challenge, I think.
Okay,
so that's why.
What you're saying is the project that came to you at council pre-screen is no longer financially feasible. Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my next question is about the ground floor retail. So as you may recall from the council pre-screen for your neighboring project, one of the things that council was disappointed about the neighboring project was the removal of the ground floor retail that was originally provided for that project. So I was wondering why, can you explain a little bit more about your choice to remove the ground floor retail here?
Sure. So we originally we have the first floor retail space. During staff review process, and we also engaged all the departments like waste control, fire department, all those department comments about original design, they have a concern about trash pickup, delivery, and those kind of design at the original version. So in order to incorporate these comments to make this work, to make this acceptable and for the trash pickup delivery, so we actually canceled first floor several unit, and especially second floor, we removed several unit to make, as just presented by Mark. So we cut up almost 3,000 square feet. So then financially, once we did some calculation, that's why we are not 100% trade back from, then we just use original proposed retail space become residential space, but still short by, after this change, trash pickup area and redesign, we lost about 2,000 plus square feet. That's the financial consideration. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I was also wondering if you could talk a little bit about the floor area ratio that you have provided here is 4.7. And talking about kind of neighboring projects, right? Your floor area ratio provided here is 41% higher than the average floor area ratio for all the neighboring projects. And also higher than what we provided for the El Camino focus area, which is 4.0. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how your project, like what you think is driving this.
So once you give the number, that's good information. Actually, I personally didn't do this kind of analysis. Basically, this change, it is from footprint. We haven't changed any footprint. It is just direct from 5-story raised to 3 other stories. Yeah, that maybe eventually calculation become 4.7 something. I personally didn't notice this ratio, but we didn't change the footprint. Basically, it's just add 3 story. Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then finally, I have a question for the architect to help me understand the shadow provided on page A4.4. This was also in your slide deck. I just feel like I might be misinterpreting it, but for the diagram up top, to me, this looks like the entire bottom is, the entire courtyard is shady, even though you said that the purpose was to provide more sunlight. Help me understand what I'm looking at here.
So it is accurate to say that the bottom of the courtyard would be in shade most of the year. If it were just the direct sunlight that was in consideration, then we agree that the amount of direct cast sunlight on the bottom of the courtyard would be limited. But part of what we're trying to do is bring light into the courtyard in general, so reflecting off of surfaces and giving it a feel of being lighter and airier. And we've done that through a couple of means. One is by the connection to the western portal of the entry, 2 stories high. If you're sitting in the courtyard during the afternoon, the sun will be coming through there, you'll perceive it. But you're absolutely correct. And these sections should not be taken as being meant to be accurate, because when you cut that part of the building away and you ask it to do a shadow, it just does the part that's still left. What we did in the past is that we provided renderings of that experience in the courtyard, and we're assuming that we would do the same.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you, the applicant, for bringing us this project and being ready with so many answers. I know you've had to work on it and improve it and take feedback, and we're really happy to be part of the process toward getting something wonderful built here. I just want to say that I echo Commissioner Heckman and saying that I'm excited to recommend that I'll be recommending this project go forward to ARB. And I also want to take the opportunity, as the chair said, to talk about things that you can anticipate will be possibly under more intense discussion when you come back to us. So personally, I'm pretty excited about the idea that you were going to go higher on this building, because I think this is an area that where density feels appropriate, as you mentioned, from the neighboring properties. I am concerned about the transportation, and I'm really glad that Commissioner G is going to be talking about that in his role on the committee. But I want to stress to staff, this is a big deal, and it's kind of outside the scope of this project. But that corridor is really built up, and it is kind of backed up, and the city just mowed it and redid it just a few years ago. So like, I don't know why we didn't expand it or think about dealing with the traffic, but it's connecting El Camino and 101, as you know, and that's a really important thoroughfare for people that are not necessarily living there, but that are going through there and blocking the roads. So to that end, I also want to appreciate that the applicant made an adjustment that would get the trash collection off the street. And I recognize that that is at the cost, at the expense of the ground floor retail, which is a good question now that we understand why. But I do think the betterment for the whole neighborhood to not have that truck blocking traffic on a regular basis. And then I also appreciate Commissioner G's questions about the sunlight, and I think it's interesting that the applicant brought it up, that you're putting some attention to this, and how do you make this space really pleasant throughout the year with the height, how do you provide the access? And I want to share my perspective on this, and I think in addition to the comfort of the people who reside there, and that we all do occasionally, we are going to need the sunlight. There is also a factor of it can get hot, and there is a little bit of a environmental trade-off that could benefit this property in terms of some of that shade may reduce utility usage over time. So whereas I do want people to be able to have access to that light, I'm hoping that they can get it outside, either on top of the building or in the neighboring parks as well. So I hope that the whole community design plays into that, not just the one building, because we do hope people get in and out. Lastly, I was just checking the distances to public transit regarding the parking. And the Mountain View shuttle is about a mile away. The Caltrain's about 1.2 miles away, about a 20-minute walk, but not a bad bike ride. But also, I went down this path, well, pretty close to this path when I was working in Google, and I imagine that people who work there would find this a pretty convenient location. All this does, though, come back to the city, making sure that bike paths are available from there, which they currently are not. It's extremely dangerous to bike from this property to Google, which is very, very close, because we haven't provided them those kind of paths for this part of town. Because right now, there's not a lot of residences there. You can kind of go around to the Meadow overpass. So I guess that's my feedback to staff, is to see what we can get in the pipeline from either our Department of Transportation or whoever their partners are that provide the crossing. Do we own the bridge? Or I would guess Highway 101 owns the bridge over Highway 101. Do we know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't either. So anyway, if we could find that out before it comes back and maybe have some thoughts on that, because honestly, once we start putting hundreds of more people in that location, we're going to see more biking. And currently, San Antonio Road's lack of bike facilities is pretty much the #1 comment that we give up here.
Yeah, and as mentioned, you will have an opportunity to talk through it in depth at your meeting at
You
the end of
asked for
March.
forewarning, here you go.
Thank you very much.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel, but it might be a train, I don't know. Like, we're just trying to understand what kind of questions we're going to get and anticipate that. So part of it's the applicant's need of anticipating the questions, but also staff's need. And we really, I got to tell you, are hopeful that how many projects do we need here for adding residences before we get those facilities, right? Like, it's pretty urgent. So that's my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner James and Commissioner Peterson, do you have anything on this round? Commissioner James.
Yes, I just want to echo that, I think there are so many, this checks so many terrific boxes in terms of like providing housing that is at a certain, feels attainable in an area where we're looking for growth and what it's replacing. And I think the list is pretty long of virtues. I will be completely honest, I got very used to the 5-story building and kind of fell in love with the portions of it. You show me something beautiful and then you change it, and I might have a little hard time getting used to that. I have a slightly different perception when I look at the rendering in perspective than when I look at a straight side elevation. One seems like much more like a big edifice, a big wall, in a way that concerns me a little bit. And I feel like, this is mostly the ARB's sort of mandate, but I feel like when you just, add stories, now you have a big mass, right? And sometimes the features that worked best at 5 stories are starting to look a little small to me. This is just a personal impression, but I kind of hope that, my sense was, I wasn't here the first time this came by, but my sense was from talking to my colleagues that this was, kind of a shining example of how iterative design and responsiveness of both the design and the owner to feedback gave us the 5-story. And I'm hopeful that maybe some of that same process can sort of render some further refinements. And I understand all of the reasons why it's 8 stories. The one next to it is 8 stories. It's financially more viable. You don't want to seem sort of inferior, but I still feel like, particularly when I look at it in elevation, it's still a pretty big wall. And I think we all worry about that sort of canyon effect. I don't mean to suggest this is not doing a lot of work, but I do have some concerns about the features that are trying to create the illusion of not a flat surface of a giant 8-story rectangle, if that makes sense. And I respect all the decisions and what you've done. I just hope that maybe that could sort of get a little bit better. I too was concerned with the light in the well. I can think of examples where that architectural examples where that has worked well. I take your point about if there are light-colored surfaces and the light bounces around, that might be some very nice light at the bottom. I wanted to ask, you brought up the access for fire emergency equipment. This is a peculiar question, but if you were to have a fire and an EV battery inside the parking area, how can fire equipment get into that area?
So that's a great question. We are working through that with fire because, of course, these days that's top on their mind. We will have, I don't think that it's shown properly in the plan, but we will have 2 access stairs. And so They won't be able to get a truck or anything down there, but they will be within standpipe and hose pole dimensions from those staircases, and the staircases will allow them to get to the bottom of it and to fight the fire from the bottom or the top. It's about a 30-foot deep pit, and so it would be akin to them fighting a fire on a 3-story building.
I guess I worry about the heat of a battery that
Sure.
is getting rid of all its energy stacked on cars that are full of gasoline, and I've seen a few of these fires. There was one at the dealership here, and it was
They're spectacular.
quite spectacular.
Yeah. There is, so this automated system does have the required fire sprinkler per bay. And the hope is that that will at least keep the kind of thermal transfer down until it can really be addressed. But I've actually heard that the fire department's method for dealing with electric car batteries is to let them burn. So we'll just have to, talk to them about what kind of sprinkler concentration, whether it's a deluge type or just sprinkler head per bay that we'll need to install, because that would be a disaster.
Yeah, and I certainly don't know about that sort of output of heat and energy and so forth, but I don't know if it's hot enough to start to worry about steel encased in concrete.
Yeah, the basement you're talking about the reinforcing?
Yeah, just.
Yeah, I'll be referring that to our structural engineer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to follow Commissioner Heckman's lead and have a quick question and then have a little more depth in the next round. And the segue is perfect because I wanted to ask about the parking system. So as I read the plans, it looks like you drive in onto a pallet and then the pallet is moved into place in a storage cubby. Is that correct?
That's correct. The provider that we've been working with for this particular system, Automotion, they have some great videos. They're based in New York. And so they have some YouTube videos showing how the system works in their facilities in Manhattan, where, as you can imagine, we're talking about 20 stories high and 40 feet wide. It's pretty fascinating. The other thing that's great is that when the car gets delivered back to you, it's facing out, so there's no need to do any reversing. You pull in, you say goodbye to your car, you do a card reader, and it brings it back facing out.
That's perfect, because the next question I was going to ask you was about videos, so we could see how it operated.
Automotion.
I'll do that. Okay. It's just occurred to me to ask whether once a vehicle has been stored, whether its location is fixed or whether you can repack.
So I think the way that I understand the system to work, but I would really want to get their expert opinion, is that it shuffles the deck however is most efficient. They have criteria that they use for delivery, and so there are things that they record, like how often is that particular car brought out, and if it is not very frequently, it gets stacked in the back 40. And because I think they have a target time of 90 seconds to get the car there.
Yeah, perfect. It's the least recently used cache.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you. That's it for me for this round. Shall we begin the next with Commissioner Heckman?
All right, so the chair had laid out 6 items from the staff report. And if you could describe again item number 2, which was the setback, step back.
Pardon me, physical development standards,
Okay.
which includes setbacks, step backs, daylight planes, if you had such a thing.
Height included in that? I'm trying to figure out where to fit my comments.
Sure.
Okay, great. All right, well, I'm going to run through sort of my feedback on these 6 items, try to stay in the order that the chair described them. So starting with the ground floor commercial, I'm really not troubled by the absence of ground floor commercial. I have seen a number of residential projects that were saddled with ground floor commercial, and that's really what it is. It is not a situation where if you build it, the buyers will come. It has to be right placed, and there has to be synergy to it. And San Antonio is not, and we haven't seen the vision yet for the San Antonio plan, but it's hard for me to imagine that it's going to be the grand walking boulevard of Palo Alto. And I just don't see it. And so here there are, and the last thing you want is empty storefront. That does no one any good. And so here it was de minimis anyway. I don't have a real problem, and I understand why its space was needed. So I'm okay with that. In terms of the physical development, I'm just gonna, it's a big building. And I think we're going to be bigger on San Antonio, but as this goes, and I'm not going to, I'm just going to throw out an idea for you to cogitate as you move forward. It occurred to me that if this project were 7 floors with a rooftop garden instead of 8, it addresses some of the impacts. For example, it would reduce the overall FAR down to something, I didn't do the calculation, pretty close to 4. It changes the parking ratio, right? You've got, well, I noticed in your sheet A2.8, there are 20 units on the 8th floor, so 20 fewer units means you've got 155 units. It doesn't change the parking, you still got 203, so your ratio is a little better, takes a little pressure off the TDM. By dropping it down a floor, I think you reduce some of the costs that the architect mentioned when you hit that 8th floor. So those might be reduced. I'm mindful, of course, that the distribution of units on the 8th floor is listed on that sheet A2, and I'm wiping out roughly $31 million of sale product. And so it's, I can't say that the numbers work, but it's worth some investigation. I think it also has an impact on the upper level setback, because again, it's a lower profile. Also, I don't think at 7 floors with 8 next to you, you're going to get significant shading from the taller building. But what it does is, as you're coming down San Antonio from 101, you're rising to density, right? Your 7 leads to their 8, and maybe there's something shorter than you on the freeway side. So we're like climbing, announcing the density. And so I think there could be a synergy there. In any event, it's just something to think about. It may involve a remix of the distribution of units, right? If you're gonna, because you've got 15, 7, and 8, 15 2- and 3-bedroom units on that 8th floor, and if you don't have those, there could be some recalculations. So I'll leave that. Let's see, the parking, assuming 175 units, 203 spaces, I do think that is a concern. I'm concerned that there will be, the owners of these units will have more than 203 cars, and I don't know where they'll park them. And so I think that that's some thought. And related to that is item 4, the TDM. That's all just going hand in hand. So sort of, I think the TDM is sort of the last piece of the puzzle, because it's going to be based on where you ultimately land with the number of units versus the number of parking spaces. San Antonio Road setback. I'm just not a big fan, and I've said this on other projects on El Camino, I'm not a big fan of giving up housing to have buildings have a little more of a V shape at the top. San Antonio is a very wide boulevard, and we have a special, 24-foot setback. So to me, that's kind of enough. Other commissioners may feel different, and in the past have on that issue. But I like the fact that you have sort of made a nod in that direction with the 5-foot step back, I think on the 7th and 8th floor, if that's right. So I don't think that there's much benefit to losing more housing space to gain a little more of an aesthetic, light and air up that high. Unit size and affordability, I said it before, it's a tremendous, just, I'm salivating at the number of 2- and 3-bedroom units that this project could bring. And so I'm hoping as this goes forward, we still have predominance of those. And item 7, which was not on your list, but it's in the staff report about parks.
I deliberately left that off to save time because I thought there would be little controversy over it.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
A short comment first of all, you've met the open space requirement with, I think, it's 150 square feet per unit, so that's excellent. Having an actual park to serve this stretch of San Antonio is going to be a challenge if you ignore the phenomenal, amazing, hundreds of acre park that is a mile away down San Antonio, right? It's the Baylands, right? And it's just a phenomenal resource that people who move in this area are going to learn to love. I don't know how far we're supposed to have our parks from our units, but it's almost exactly a mile. But in terms of putting another park somewhere on San Antonio, you couldn't do it on this, even if we took this whole property, it's I think 38,000 square feet, just under an acre, that's not a big park. That's a little park. And so I think in our San Antonio planning, we're really gonna have to think through this and because there's not gonna be a development big enough that they're gonna say, okay, we're gonna build all these units and we're gonna give you a 3-acre park here. It's just, there's no landmass like that. And so I think the cities at some point gonna have to decide, do we really need a park right on San Antonio? And if so, are we gonna take all these park in lieu fees that we collect from this corridor and buy a piece of property to make that a park? For now, I think park in lieu fees are the right approach for this project that's in front of us. So thanks for listening.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, and thank you for starting it off, Commissioner Heckman. My goodness. All right. I've already said how I feel about the ground floor retail. I support your decision to move the regular trash pickup traffic off of San Antonio, and if that's the price we pay, I support that. We'll see. It sounds like that was feedback you got from staff and from council as well, so it's very likely they'll be excited about that change. I also, by the way, just really liked the little wheels tracks that you added in red. I thought that was very helpful to visualize. Anyway, moving on to physical development standards. I'm not too excited about losing 20 units from a floor because those, as you noted this would be a trade-off. 20 units if it's the large units, but we don't want to lose those. They added those in at council's request. So I'm not, I don't see the point in making or asking this developer to lose out on the opportunity to provide housing in our city and this location. And also thinking about the property, value. That's a lot of value that doesn't make sense for them to lose or the city to lose in terms of housing. So I'm not interested in asking him to make it smaller. Frankly, I just think this is a good project in the right place. I do think to make it better, we're gonna have to get some changes from the city. But anyway, next, you mentioned something about like going from 101 gently into the density. No, I want to go gently into the density from the neighborhoods, like from 101. I mean, look at what's happening at that intersection. There's no gentle nothing. I mean, there's a JCC right there. There's other gigantic apartment buildings, so that does not work for me. I think it's fine the way it is there. I just want to make sure that we understand that there's an area being developed at those heights, and there's areas that are not being developed at those heights, and that's where I want the gentle transition. Maybe I misunderstood, I don't know. Okay, parking. When I lived in Germany, we had a parking structure like this. It was super cool, I loved it. Felt so high-tech. This was 20 years ago, so I'm sure it's even more high-tech now. But it worked fine. Very rarely did we have problems, but when we did, boy, is that a big problem. So make sure you have backup repair people nearby for emergencies. Okay. The setback or step back or whatever on the upper floors, it seems fine as it is. I could imagine, if people wanted to have a little bit more dynamism to the front of it, that you'll hear that from the ARB. I don't feel like really we are, we're artists in our hearts, but when we sit up here, I think we've got to do the thing that we do here. So I'm very interested to see what advice they have you, and I'll give feedback on the presentation part once the ARB has spoken with you. But I do like that you have started to differentiate as it gets up to a certain level. You want to show some differences and make it not one giant wall. So I already appreciate what you've done there, and I think we'll like what we see next even more. The unit size and affordability, yay, 2 to 3 bedroom units. Thank you for adding that. I realize that, it's going to make the conversations with us a lot longer because it means that you're adding height. But I appreciate, because I think this is the right place to have this conversation. I can imagine some of the other buildings we've seen would absolutely be a no-go. I think here, given the surrounding neighborhoods, you read the room, so to speak, on San Antonio Road, and to me, it feels appropriate. You're going to hear mixed feedback here. My advice is, obviously, you're going to continue to iterate on it, but the deciders are council, right? We recommend, we analyze, we think it through, we make sure they have a nice package when they review your proposal. I don't have any comments other than appreciation that we have more family units. That said, because I promised you drama for parks, and Vice Chair Chang is not here tonight, so I'm going to channel my inner Vice Chair Chang and say, now that we're adding so many family units to this property, we have to talk about families crossing San Antonio Road. And that is not on the developer, that is on the city, and it's up to us to make sure they have safe ways to get across, and safe access to Cubberley, which is another more traditional park that's very close by. And then for the Baylands, we need to get those bike lanes going. So, that's challenging because we've got 101 right in the way, and you have to go pretty significantly out of the way, I think, Commissioner Heckman, to get to that bike bridge. And I don't, is the one under 101 closed permanently now? Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. So you're doing the Fabian, right?
Yeah, we used to be able to
overpass.
just boop, 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 and that would work, but now, because we have a new fancier bike bridge, we have more of a detour, so we have to think about the lanes or some other option, and I know it's terrifying. I accidentally rode that my first trip to work, and I'm still scarred from it. Like, we have to fix it if we wanted people to bike to the Baylands or walk to the Baylands from this property. But I love the idea, so maybe that's something we can talk about either on your CAP group or in other conversations with the developer. All right, I think I got everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I too just want to take a moment to talk about the great things about this project. I tried to reserve my first section for mostly questions, but I do want to highlight that, like Commissioner Templeton said, removing the trash pickup and putting that on site, I think, is a huge plus. People talk about traffic congestion on San Antonio. Well, if you have a big garbage truck that's taking up one of the lanes, that is the definition of traffic congestion, right? So I think that that's incredibly exciting. The other thing that I want to talk about is, although slightly inaccurate on packet page 22, the commissioners may know that I've spent a lot of time with the PC ordinance, and so I am pretty excited to say that there is no encroachment on any of the setbacks, and so that's exciting. But just for staff, I also want to jump on what Commissioner Heckman said on packet page 21, where there's the ground floor retail identified as 2294. There's another instance of it above. On the maximum floor area for HIP, there's a percentage that's listed for commercial, so just noting that for the record. And then I also had a quick question, because we're talking about encroachment. I do see that there is some below-grade parking encroachment on the back by 10 feet, but the entire rear yard is 10 feet on packet page 20. I know the back is a little bit slanted, so does this just mean that it's not fully encroached? Can you like kind of tell me a little bit more about this here?
Sorry, give me 1 second. You're just asking if the project encroaches at 10 feet or more than 10 feet?
Is there actually no rear yard setback on the backside because it's 10 feet and then you're encroaching 10 feet?
I'll have the applicant respond to their plan sets.
Okay, so the most encroachment is on parking level 1, and there's the 10-foot setback, and in this iteration, we're encroaching about 5 feet. But, you know, I was looking at this when we were looking at the packet, and I actually think that we can reduce that further.
Okay, maybe work with staff to make sure this table is updated for the ARB. And then also a question on the row below where it says below grade parking encroaches up to 3 feet into rear setback, but this is for the row that's the interior side yard. So I guess for staff, is this accurate?
Sorry, say that one more time.
In this diagram on packet page 20, on the interior side yard fourth from top, it says below grade parking encroaches 3 feet into the rear setback, but this is for the interior side yard. So is there a mismatch here?
Hold on, the setback on the side yard
And then the
for
description says
below
that,
grade, right?
yeah, the description says 3 feet into the rear setback.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I think there's a
Okay,
typo on
just
that.
channeling my inner Commissioner Heckman since we're talking about different folks here. Okay, I also just want to say that, like council and the many of the commissioners here, I'm pretty excited about the 2 to 3 bedrooms. Just want to echo that sentiment. I do have quite a few comments about some of the different items that the chair has mentioned, but also kind of going in line from where I started, the loading zone, which we now expect the trash pickup to be on, I think it's on one of these pages, maybe A2.1 for the rear loading garbage truck. So I'm wondering if the applicant can talk about, is this expected to also be like a pedestrian pickup drop-off area?
Yes, it can function for drop-offs, for Uber, for like temporary, like food delivery, that kind of thing as well, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to go through my comments against what the chair has said. So I think for me, one of the things that I would recommend is go back and rewatch the council pre-screen on the neighboring project, because I think that while this project has improved the number of 2 to 3 units, I'm afraid that it might have created a series of problems that the council would like to see changed about your neighboring project. For example, the council explicitly was disappointed to see that there was no ground floor retail preserved in 788. And I'll defer to the recording to kind of comment more specifically on that. I think that unlike what Commissioner Heckman said about the kind of failing ground floor retail, I think it's very easy to look literally down the street in San Antonio on the Mountain View side, and you'll see 7-story buildings with ground floor retail, of which none of them are empty. And so I'm pretty, I think it's pretty clear to me at least that if it can survive 1 mile down the street, that it can probably survive here, especially as we continue to build higher density around here. So I understand that the loading zone is very important, but I also would like to ideally see the ground floor retail come back in some shape or form. So then my next comment is about height and density. So I feel like one of the ways in which we look at PCs is to look at other parts of the code in which that help guide the kind of realm of discussion that we have for PCs. And one area that I feel like is pretty pertinent to do a comparison against is the El Camino focus area, of which we have provided some kind of design guidelines. And for those who are interested, the El Camino width is about 100 feet across from one side to the other, while San Antonio is about 75 feet. And one public comment that we've gotten pretty often about El Camino is we don't want to see it look like a canyon. And if at 100 feet wide, we're saying that at 55 feet, we're asking for an upper level setback of 10 feet, then I think we should have potentially an equal or more setback for a narrow street, which is San Antonio, at 75 feet. And the height limit for the El Camino focus area is also 85 feet, of which this project goes above that at 92 feet. In addition, I also want to call out that many of the neighboring projects also don't hit this limit. So for example, a larger project that we saw in El Camino at 3606 has a floor area ratio of 3.3 and a height of 83.5, which is kind of, the height is higher because it's on a podium, but the floor area ratio is approximately similar to what you provided previously. Similarly, for other projects on San Antonio at 788, their floor area ratio is 3.31. At 762 San Antonio, their ratio is 3.33. At 3997 Fabian, it's 3.19. And you can see that many of the sister projects have a lower floor area ratio than the one that you've provided here, which is 41% higher than the average and 18% higher than the next highest floor area ratio. And I get that for certain areas such as El Camino, where we have more mass transit, it may be helpful to have a higher density. But as mentioned during the council meeting, this is a bit of a transit desert, and as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, it's over 1 mile from any reasonable high-frequency transit. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about the item about parking, which is kind of related here, which is that as Councilmember Burt mentioned during the City Council meeting, there really is no street parking. San Antonio, you really cannot street park, and on Leghorn, which is where there's potentially other street parking, it's completely covered with RVs. Like, there is no place for you to street park there. And I feel like that makes me a little bit more concerned about the parking issues here. So I would like to echo that I think the TDM is essential if you continue to be in a parking deficit. Also mentioned in the city council meeting is the fact that your project is providing significantly more parking than your neighbor, and the council actually really appreciated that. So I think that is something to keep in consideration there. Regarding the special setback, Sam, I was wondering if you could just pull up the presentation I sent you to slide 52. While he's doing that, I will say that I think that for the setbacks and daylight planes, I think using something that's pretty similar to the El Camino focus area is probably my recommendation on that front. Yeah, okay, thank you. So anyway, this is just a quick representation for what staff is presenting to us as part of the San Antonio Community Advisory Group. So these are a couple of different options for what the special setback may look like. It's shown on the right here. You might want to like pinch and zoom in if you would like on the right side, which kind of shows that in this option, there's like a buffer and then a sidewalk and then kind of a walking space. I think that's kind of the plan for that. And then in the next slide, you'll see that's not impacting this property, but on the far left, the difference is that there's a shared use path on the other side of the street. And then on the next slide, you'll see that there's a proposed both bike lanes on both sides. So I think that there's some pretty exciting transportation projects that looks like staff is going to be providing for the special setback. So I just want to say again that I'm pretty excited about the special setback being maintained because I think that the city has a lot of plans for the usage here. And then for the unit affordability, I am channeling my inner Vice Chair Chang when saying maybe it could be helpful for staff to provide the distribution on packet page 15 of the below market rate unit calculation, also by unit type. So you're saying here like that 14 units are very low income, which is great, it's awesome, but are they all studios, right? Like, in order for me to, I know that's not true. I looked at the plans and ensure that's not true, but I think that the ARB and council would be really appreciative to demonstrate this is actually quite a plus, that your distribution of the below market rates aren't all of a single type. And then I know that the chair purposely tried to avoid the parkland discussion, but I will provide a one-sentence comment, which is that I think that staff identified either this area or the area right next to it as, but definitely in the San Antonio focus area, as a parkland desert. There aren't very many parks that are within 15-minute walking distance, which is unfortunate for this area, but our resident Baylands expert, Commissioner Heckman, will note that the Baylands are pretty close by, and I do hope that the in lieu fees can help promote some kind of parkland, although there is an ample amount pretty close by. So that will end my comments.
Thank you, very comprehensive. Commissioner Peterson or Commissioner James, anything to follow on?
My switch is not working here, Mayor. Maybe I'm not.
It worked that time.
Okay, got it.
So, okay, Commissioner James.
Let me just run down the list that you've suggested. In terms of limiting ground floor retail, every time someone spoke on that, I agreed with them, and they all didn't agree with each other, so I think it probably suggests I don't have a lot of conviction there. I mean, I would love it if this was sort of a walking area, and you could have a coffee shop there, and I don't know whether to expect that to be reasonable or not, but certainly if it was a trade-off between the off-street garbage and if in fact that is the trade-off, I think that's the right decision. In terms of like setbacks, step backs and daylight planes, you know, I'm very wishy-washy tonight, but I sort of, I liked Commissioner Heckman's idea about dropping down a floor. I felt like the building would look better. It would solve some parking issues. It would solve FAR. And then when Commissioner Templeton pointed out it would eliminate a lot of much-needed housing, I agreed with her. So I think this is the real difficult trade-off. I also you know, feel like aesthetically, you know, it would be probably more appealing to me as a 7-story 5 with two-story setback. But that feels kind of piggy and selfish and aesthetically annoying that would matter more than 2 and 3 bedroom housing. So I'm hopeful that some design considerations can be considered that would give the large facade some slightly different massing, you know, a little more relief with color or maybe depth, or maybe it is a 10-foot step back. But anyway, hopefully that can kind of get refined. I'm in favor of setbacks. I like setbacks on big thoroughfares. As far as parking is concerned, I was less concerned about this than I think some of my colleagues, and I think that is because you know, and it's an intuitive sense that like a lot of people in the life of this building who have studio apartments may choose not to have cars, but that's profoundly unscientific, but it's my sense. The TDM, I'm not sure what my comments on that would be. I talked about the special setback. I think just like El Camino Real, I think San Antonio would benefit from that, and maybe it can even take a bike lane on the other side of the utility boxes. Love the unit affordability and the size differentiation. Echo what Commissioner G said about please on that table put the size, not just the numbers of units that are affordable. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson, anything to add? Okay, thank you. Then I will run through my list. Concerning eliminating the ground floor commercial retail, whatever it turned out to be. I regret that, but I agree that eliminating it in order to get the trash pickup intrusion into San Antonio eliminated is the right decision. Physical development standards. I would like to see step backs of some kind to improve daylight, definitely on the San Antonio roadside, daylight and massing, definitely on the San Antonio roadside, and preferably also next to 788, which may well attempt to build another huge vertical wall. However, I feel completely comfortable deferring that decision to the ARB. So this is just my registering my preference for their use. Parking. So is anyone else watching the saga of the Fae in San Jose? So the Fae is a 330-plus unit, 23-story project in San Jose in an absolutely stellar location downtown. that was highly touted and a beautiful piece of work foreclosed a couple of weeks ago. And the reports from the analysts are that this happened because occupancy is poor due to a lack of parking spaces. So this prompted me to do a deep dive into the San Jose permit system. I was unable to get a set of plans for the garage floor areas, but I was able to get the area from the permits, and derived from that area, it works out to be about 0.9 spaces per unit. Now, the proposal we're looking at today has about 1.17 spaces per unit. And for me, that's uncomfortably close. So I suspect you may have to be very cautious about what turns out to be marketable based on what we're hearing from this other project. Unlike some of the other projects we've looked at, this one does not have the option to overflow into adjacent streets. So that safety valve is not available. And finally, since we mentioned autonomous vehicles, it's worth remembering that using an autonomous vehicle for transportation rather than a vehicle you park at your destination adds vehicle miles traveled. So you have to pick up the rider, deliver the rider, and then move to the next ride. So the effect is going to be increased traffic on San Antonio if we're relying on that as a primary transportation mode. So be careful about that as a solution to the parking problem. And of course, that leads directly to the TDM plan. Whatever is done for parking, given the location and the amount of parking, the TDM plan really is essential. And I keep harping on this, but it has to be enforceable, not just aspirational. And we've taken baby steps towards that on some other projects, but we need to do at least as well here, and perhaps quite a bit better if we have many other projects on San Antonio with similar characteristics. Thank you for maintaining the San Antonio special setback and also avoiding encroachment below grade. I hope that will give us options of the kind that Commissioner G described to bring multimodal transportation up to par in this area. On unit size and affordability, well, we always want more affordability, but this proposal seems acceptable to me. Given the financial constraints, we can't do everything. The unit mix seems heavy on studios for an ownership project to me. So I have a question as to whether you anticipate some of those will be leased. Because that could change the demand characteristic.
Yeah, selling studios versus fully leased by like somebody who purchased them and leased them.
So we look at the trend for condo development, basically become smaller and smaller. The reason being is affordability. Affordability is a big challenge. So that's why average space of unit is smaller for this version. And we add some studio, could be somebody who, because we only have I think 30 plus unit or so, like this type. Somebody who purchase this can rent this out for whoever need it. So percentage-wise, it is not a lot, the studio. Yeah, so that's why we think it should be okay, so.
Yeah, I'm not objecting. I'm just curious to understand how the financials work out, and that makes sense.
Right.
Thank you. All right. So I'll wrap with the overall comments, which are just that there are many, many things I like about the project. I hope we can work out the details. And just a quick comment, thank you for your development program statement. I understand that's required, but this one was much more useful than many we see. So I appreciated that. That's all for me, Commissioner G, and then Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I had two quick comments, one of which is I actually want to comment on your comment about the autonomous vehicles. So I actually work at an autonomous vehicle company, and I asked some of our experts about the loading zone that you have provided for autonomous vehicles, and the answer is basically it's unusable at this time and in the near future for autonomous vehicles because they really can't back up by themselves. So they can't do, so in the diagram, you've provided kind of both like a kind of a dead end and also a T shape. There is basically like no real feasibility for autonomous vehicles to be able to do that maneuver anytime in the near future, including Waymo, which is currently the leading in autonomous vehicles. So I just want to call that out as it's totally doable for an Uber or Lyft, right? Human driver can do this maneuver, but an autonomous vehicle will not be able to do this maneuver in the near future. So I want to comment on that. And number two, I kind of want to talk about a little bit about the false dichotomy for the upper floor units. We're saying like, oh, if we remove the 8th floor, we might lose 2 or 3 story units due to like the whole floor removal. But one thing that we've seen with kind of angled step backs and daylight planes is that you can just reshuffle the units, right? You can make it so that, oh, previously on a 8th floor, it was the 2 or 3 bedroom unit, but you shuffle that down to the bottom floor and now you put a studio up at the top and now it's kind of set back a little bit more from whichever side that you're looking at, and you're still able to keep the same, the unit composition in a way that we can still keep some of those 2 or 3 bedroom units. And I also want to echo the chair's comments about setbacks against the neighboring developments. As previously noted, there's a development at 824, there's a development at 788, and I think that the way we should think about our daylight plane standards is similar to like as if the projects are already being built because they are already in the pipeline. So we should think about them as they will also be there, not whatever is there right now, which is like a commercial something or other. So I think we should be using, like, we want to make sure that we're developing in a way that is cohesive for an area, not just for each project in a silo. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I really appreciated your comments about the autonomous vehicles. Thank you for sharing that. I had my first ride in one this weekend. It was terrifying. I can only tell you that I prefer humans at this point, but I know you're working to make it better. So yeah, we had a right turn across 4 lanes. It's like, oh, okay, I'll just hold on really tight. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate the conversation we're having about the upper floor, and you're right, we could mix and match and lose some other floor, which would be even more units of reduction in the project size. So one of the things I'm thinking about is, you know, we have targets in the city, and if we don't build them here, where are we going to build them? And you're like, well, we're not building on El Camino. Well, you're right. Like, you're right. We have limits there that we don't have here. So I'm just thinking about, like, what are some ways that we can make this project work and we can hit our numbers or get closer to our numbers, because, you know, we can read the writing on the wall. If we continue to fail, we're going to have less and less autonomy as a city, and that terrifies me. So I just want to think about what are the ways that we can support, like, the developers taking a lot of good feedback from the city council, and that helps us. So for me, I'm okay with it. I remember being very jarred when some of those developments went up on the Mountain View side, they felt pretty tall. But then again, I felt the same way when some of the other larger developments went up here in Palo Alto, right? But I love the JCC, and I love the adjacent buildings, and we can find a way, I hope. And I do think your point, I appreciate you sharing those slides, because seeing that the city's already working on this and has some progress means that probably before I die, we might have some. You laugh, but I've been around here a long time. It will take a while. So I really do hope that we can get that working out. I did press the button because I wanted to make the staff motion, but if we have more discussion, we can do that.
In fact, there are no other lights, and if you hadn't suggested that, my next move would have been to request a motion.
I'm clued in. I got your number, Chair. So I move that we forward this proposed project application to the Architectural Review Board for review of the development plan.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. DeVetter?
Yes, Commissioner G.
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next item, I believe it's time for a break. So let us resume at 8:45.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Let's begin. Agenda item number 3, request to amend 18.18.120 to allow existing floor area to be replaced in new buildings, provided the degree of existing noncompliance is not increased. This begins on packet page 27. May we have the staff presentation?
Good evening. Bear with me while I share my screen. All right, well, let's take a trip around downtown. So this is a request for a text amendment for the commercial downtown non-complying uses and facilities, and that would allow the existing non-complying floor area to be replaced without restricting the existing building envelope of those said structures. We call it the shrink wrap rule. So just a little bit of background. This did go before, or come before the PTC, should I say, of last year in October on the 8th. Just kind of structuring the conversation here with a little bit of that legislative history. So if we go back in time to the 1980s, 1986, when that commercial downtown district was formed, following that, there was an informational report sent to council in 1988, concluding that those non-compliant buildings, the buildings that were affected by the new zoning district standards, could be remodeled and replaced if there's no increase in non-compliance. And staff ran with that interpretation for roughly 27 years until in 2013, there was a proposal to relocate approximately 6,000 square feet from below grade, a basement across the street at 261 Hamilton, to a new proposed rear addition. So following that, in 2014, council clarified that that section of code up for discussion this evening prohibits the shifting of non-compliant building area in downtown, including from below grade to above grade. Following that, in 2015, council further directed staff to prepare some code amendments to reinforce and clarify that provision. And that came in 2017, where an ordinance 5373 clarified the definition of a building envelope, as well as explicitly stated the prohibition of replacing that non-compliant floor area beyond that building envelope definition. So in 2022, there was a pre-screening for 616 Ramona Street to kind of revisit this and perhaps go back to an earlier version of that code interpretation from the 1980s. And at that pre-screening, just highlighted on the screen here and detailed in the staff report, council noted a number of items to consider when a text amendment would be brought forth. So here we are with the text amendment. All right. So the project description is to simply remove the A2C as well as the B2C sections. What's detailed on the screen here, as well as in attachment A, with the red line struck through, as well as the references to grandfathered in the ordinance due to negative connotations with the term. This would effectively allow existing non-compliant floor area to be demolished and replaced with new structures that could have differing heights, footprints, or building envelopes, so long as they complied with the governing zoning district. I do want to note here that we just are advancing the applicant's proposed text amendment. If we recall from the October 8th meeting at the PTC last year, there was an additional staff proposed amendment with some considerations for retail as well as housing. And that leads me into my next few slides here for some considerations where staff felt it was more appropriate for the discussion rather than providing that suggested language to the PTC. So from that previous discussion, there was a general support for reducing barriers to development downtown, and several commissioners also preferred the simplicity of the applicant's proposal. Staff is noting that there are a number of ongoing efforts in the downtown area, as well as policies that are underway and currently being reviewed. So notably the downtown housing plan, Senate Bill 79 with the tentative council date in March, Housing Element 3.9 with a tentative date in March as well with the Policy and Services Commission, and keeping in mind the council priorities of housing and retail and the number of properties that would be affected by this said ordinance. And with that, if we look on the screen, as well as in that attachment C, is the number of properties affected. There's 302 parcels currently zoned in that commercial downtown district. And out of those, there's been 87 parcels with remodels and additions between 2011 to 2025, which are unlikely to rebuild soon with just recent remodels or additions. 19 of those 87 parcels have a 1-to-1 floor area ratio or above that, which would place them in the non-compliant category. So that leaves us with 47 parcels that would be likely affected of that code amendment should it move forward. So for tonight's recommendation, staff is recommending to consider the applicant's request to modify the code section and recommend to City Council to not pursue the amendment at this time due to the ongoing efforts of these other policy considerations in the downtown area. And with that, I wanted to also provide some alternatives as listed in the staff report. The PTC may also continue to a date certain, and the PTC may also forward a recommendation of adoption of the modification or text amendment with or without modifications to City Council. And with that, I can entertain any questions, and the applicant is available in chambers.
So will Mr. Hayes be giving us a presentation or simply available for a Q&A?
I have a presentation very similar to the last one that you saw, but a little bit shorter.
All right, let's, if we may then, let's have the presentation and then we can ask questions both of staff and of yourself.
Okay. Share. Okay, great. Good evening, Chair Aiken, fellow commissioners. My name's Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. I want to, before I start, thank staff for helping us bring this item forward tonight as a action item and a hopefully recommendation to City Council. So when I was here in October, I said the downtown is paralyzed because of the shrink wrap rule, which is what we're talking about. I advanced a proposed text amendment at that time that would remove the shrink wrap rule, and I think I had your attention, and I believe I had pretty good support for what I was proposing. However, staff at that time asked for no recommendation to council, and tonight I'm looking for your recommendation to council, and specifically the alternative recommendation, which is action item number 2 on page 33, which is the addition, or the adoption rather, without any modifications, or with or without modifications. So adoption with or without modifications. So at that hearing, I showed and staff confirmed that not one new building subject to the shrink wrap rule had been built in the last 10 years in the downtown. However, there was one lucky building, 355 University, which is the Design Within Reach building now that actually we did, and this was done in 2017, and this renovation was actually done by Design Within Reach, and I believe they had signed leases before the shrink wrap rule became effective in 2016, so they were kind of forced to continue with their plan. But this project was was restricted by the shrink wrap rule. And it all started in '86. Council adopted Ordinance 3696 that staff mentioned, which reduced the FAR in the CD zone from 3 to 1. It went on to say non-complying facilities, if when built were complying, shall be deemed to be complying, and such facilities shall be permitted to remodel, replace site improvements, and they can expand only with exceptions to floor area, so TDRs, bonus floor area, things like that. And it led to a little bit of confusion. In 1988, the city's manager's office issued this clarifying language to the ordinance, and it says where existing floor area at or above grade is eliminated, the whole building or a portion of the building, such buildings would be permitted to be remodeled and replaced, provided there be no increase in the building's non-compliance in floor area or in height. However, in that remodeling or replacing, such buildings would be permitted to be reconfigured in terms of length, width, and height, so long as the existing floor area was not increased, except for those permitted exceptions I just mentioned. Also, in no event would a building's height be allowed to exceed the 50 feet. And it went on to provide examples to interpret that language, and they said essentially, a 10,000 square foot building on the left, let's say an existing building on the left, 2 stories could become a 10,000 square foot 3-story building so long as other site development restrictions were not exceeded. And they went on to say that this would lead to improved building design and enhancement of the downtown. Development in the CD district went on for 30 years with that interpretation. I can remember climbing around buildings, measuring mezzanines and things like that to try to justify existing floor area. These are a number of our projects. There's been plenty by others in the last 30 years preceding 2016. In January 2016, Council adopted Ordinance 5373. I know staff keeps saying 2017. I'm pretty sure it was 2016. Basically, the shrink wrap rule was born. It is suffocating legislation for the downtown. The shrink wrap rule added 2 sentences for non-complying buildings, which I've highlighted in red here. Everything else is the same. All the text there in black, but it added these sections that I have highlighted in red. And it says, for the purpose of this section, quote, building envelope shall mean the 3-dimensional shape and size occupied by an existing building. It is not the maximum buildable potential of the site. And at that hearing, it was described by a staff member as picture a shrink wrap over your building. Thus, it became colloquially known as the shrink wrap rule. The shrink wrap rule renders non-complying facilities frozen in time unless an owner wants to eliminate existing floor area that exceeds the 1-to-1 requirement for a new, or in the downtown, to build a new, better building. So if you want to change your building, you need to remove any non-complying floor area. In a Class B commercial building in the downtown, that floor area is worth at least $1,200 a foot, probably more. So if you have a 2-story, 10,000 square foot building on a 5,000 square foot lot, you have to eliminate 5,000 square feet if you want to replace that building or redevelop that building with some other use. That's $6 million, right? Nobody is going to tear their building down to lose $6 million before they even start the project. It gets worse if the building's a 15,000 square foot building on a 5,000 square foot lot. Now you're talking about even more real money. No owner, as I've said, is going to tear their building down to lose value. And the facts kind of prove it. Since the adoption of the shrink wrap rule in 2016, the development's been dead in the downtown. For the last 10 years, there's been 1 building in the downtown that was remodeled under the shrink wrap rule, and that was the Design Within Reach building that I showed you. What I'm showing here is that there was 1 new building built in the downtown, 620 Emerson, the Nobu Garden building, but it wasn't subject to the shrink wrap rule. There was a complying building there that they tore down, and then they built that. There's also was 429 University that everyone knows about, but that was approved prior to the shrink wrap rule, so it was never subject to the shrink wrap rule. And then 585 Hamilton on the corner of Hamilton and Webster, mixed-use project there also was not subject to the shrink wrap rule when it was built or approved and then built. There have been 2 buildings that have been remodeled, one 480 Lytton, and that was not subject to the shrink wrap rule because it was a complying building, and then 355 University. So it kind of boils down to, if you look at new buildings built or remodeled in the downtown in the last 10 years that are subject to the shrink wrap rule, 1. And before that, dozens probably in a 10-year period. The color-coded plan here basically is the downtown housing group study area that I had put together, showing the disposition of each parcel according to this plan area. And our numbers are a little bit different than staff's because they're using the CD zone and we're using the downtown housing group study area, basically. But it's still relevant. Subtracting the parcels that have been redeveloped in blue, all the blue parcels, the historic parcels are all in yellow, a lot of historic parcels in the downtown. Public facilities are brown, and those are primarily City Hall and parking lots. And residential parcels in green leaves 98 properties available for redevelopment. Now, this is the legend. I can go back and we can talk about it more if you need to, but basically the point here is 98 buildings have been, are available, properties available for redevelopment. So of those, 42 are subject to the shrink wrap rule. According to my map, 43% basically of the available properties are subject to the shrink wrap. If you look at staff's numbers, it's even higher, 47 out of 66 properties. And so that's 71% of the properties are subject to the shrink wrap rule. Now, this text amendment does nothing to increase floor area. This is all existing floor area. If the shrink wrap rule is not repealed, what it means is that this building is going to be there until it falls down by itself, because no one's going to have an incentive to do anything with it. Here's what would happen if the shrink wrap rule was appealed or repealed. This building has very insufficient floor-to-floor heights, 9'6" on the first to second floor, 9'6" to the second, very below standard in terms of what we build today for commercial properties. If this building were torn down and just the floor area was replaced at more current floor-to-floor heights, you might have that, all right? Not a big deal, but a much better building design if one undertook that project. Here's a property on University Avenue. Ironically, it has the same travertine on it. I don't know. And same thing. These are, it's maybe just over 10 feet floor to floor. That's terrible retail space. And we're in competition with other cities for retailers. You've got to offer product that wants them to come here. As long as the shrink wrap rule is enforced, they're going to be prevented from remodeling these buildings. In addition, I'm on the Seismic Advisory Committee. Some of these buildings are unsafe, but there's no incentive for that building owner to tear the building down if they can't put the floor area back in a better building, even though they'd be doing the seismic upgrade. So it has many impacts across the city. So the benefit, and that's how that would be redeveloped potentially, if with reasonable heights. And that's just with the existing commercial floor area. So it's not a big visual impact. The benefits to the downtown and the building owners by eliminating the shrink wrap rule are many. We have better buildings responding to contemporary needs, healthier buildings and workplaces, energy efficient all electric buildings with solar arrays offsetting embodied carbon, greener buildings with daylighting, safer code compliant buildings, accessible buildings. I just said seismically safe buildings because now there's an incentive. More desirable retail spaces with higher ceilings and storefronts. Encourage owners to build mixed-use housing projects by allowing them to replace their commercial floor area, which helps make the project that much more financially feasible to add housing on upper floors. We all benefit from an increased tax base. There's no increase in the commercial floor area. So there's no increase in parking impacts. These buildings already pay in lieu, these owners pay in lieu fees for their parking in most cases. And it restores the natural process of renewal that was interrupted by the shrink wrap rule in 2016. And I believe it is fair to building owners who have paid property taxes and parking assessment in lieu fees for years on the existing floor area. So I propose and ask for your support to remove the shrink wrap rule sections that are noted there. Removing these two sections will allow existing building floor area above grade to be replaced in new buildings that better respond to the natural and built environments. These new buildings will have different footprints, heights, and envelopes, and they will be able to maintain their existing floor area without increasing the degree of noncompliance while complying with all other site development requirements. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Commissioners, clarifying questions of staff or Mr. Hayes. I have Commissioner Peterson and then Commissioner Hackman.
So I have a quick question for staff. What's your primary concern with removing this shrink wrap rule? I saw your presentation, but it didn't come across.
Right. So, I mean, I think to just structure the conversation here, I mean, I think it's definitely staff's opinion that the proposed amendments are, would effectively restore redevelopment flexibility that existed prior to 2016. I think considering the timing of making the changes in the context of these other downtown initiatives is something that we have a little bit of pause on, just because there's a lot of uncertainty with some of these other initiatives that council hasn't acted upon. The applicant did file and paid a fee, right? And we're advancing this application forward. So not wanting to stand in that way, staff does support revisiting the shrink wrap rule, but just wanting to provide some context that there's ongoing initiatives that perhaps should be evaluated first before this is.
So if I clarify, would you say staff is trying to maintain this current downtown in its current state? Is that the objective?
I want to put it in those words. I think if we want to package it a little bit more in a concise statement, staff is in support of revisiting the shrink wrap rule and revisions to it. It's just a matter of when. And having that consideration go before council to make that determination.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
I could add to that as well, just the fact that revisiting the shrink wrap rule was one of the components that was being discussed as part of promoting housing downtown as part of the downtown housing plan. And so by just removing it completely without any tie to specific uses, that takes away one of the tools that was under consideration.
I have Commissioner Hecksman, then G, then Templeton.
I'll hold till after opportunity for public comment.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Yeah, staff, do you mind helping me understand the difference between recommending the council not pursue versus continuing to a date uncertain? Is it that like we would recommend, if we recommended that we do not pursue, then it would just not come back and then it's just a negative recommendation?
No, so it would be a recommendation to council to effectively say stay the motion. So this would be paused at council's discretion until these other initiatives were moved forward, and then continue to a date uncertain would be that the item would come back to the PTC rather than advancing to council.
So the staff's recommendation would allow the application to go to council for discussion, and then council could make the determination based on your recommendation, any additional input that you would want to share with them in terms of considerations. And then they can make the determination as to whether to send it back to Planning Commission for consideration once certain things have been accomplished, or to grant the application.
Thank you. And I was wondering if you could also elaborate a little bit more on, I understand that staff supports revisiting the current shrink wrap rule and the timing. So I guess, how long of a delay are we like thinking here? I'm trying to just understand, is this like days, weeks, months, years? Like, I don't have a sense of time about like how these other items are unfolding. I know you've provided that there's like a March timeline, but is it like we would want this to immediately happen after the March, or is it like at any point? Like, I'm just trying to get a better sense of timing here. I feel like that's something I'm trying to understand.
So I don't think we would be moving forward on this immediately after March. So the short answer is it'd be later in the year, most likely. Because once we get direction, for example, on SB 79, there would be additional work that would likely be done on that. The downtown housing plan has made it a significant way through their effort, but we are waiting for that direction on the SB 79 efforts before restarting the work on the downtown housing plan. So I think there's still a reasonable chance that that could be completed before the end of the year. And so we would have a better sense at that point what components of this might be able to move forward.
Thank you. And one thing I'm just trying to understand here is I feel like the applicant has talked a lot about the impacts on commercial developments. Does this only apply to commercial developments at this time?
So the zoning text amendment would be for the commercial downtown district. There's varying uses that are either permitted by right or with conditional use permit. When we're thinking about the non-complying uses, ground floor office space being one of those. Majority of the development that would be affected by this would be commercial or retail spaces.
Okay, I see. So like you could hypothetically have a residential on a commercial district space, and that's why the intersection with SB 79 is pertinent to the discussion. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'm going to rephrase what I think I heard you say, and then you're going to rephrase it better.
All right.
I think you said, it's fine, we can have all these buildings be completely unsafe for many years until we decide to make some changes to this shrink wrap rule. But until then, good luck, don't die in those buildings?
That would be a hard no.
Well, so what I really want is a honest feedback, because like, what do you actually mean? That's what we heard the developer say.
So I think there's a few things that should be noted. I would say that Mr. Hayes was correct that it is, that this rule has effectively stopped development in our downtown. I think that is a correct statement.
Okay.
However, there are options. There are options to redevelop sites with transferred development rights right now, which some projects are pursuing. And that has been an option. And if you do seismic upgrades, you can get TDRs and you can apply them to your property as well. And so that is an incentive for doing TDRs. I think that's really why, but what Mr. Hayes is saying too is that there is still kind of a shrink wrap on the ground floor space that's not with TDRs. And so if you want to do like higher ceiling heights and stuff to make it more viable, that is currently restricted under the current design. And that's why when we had moved this forward the first time to PTC, we were saying maybe we don't change the whole thing and get rid of it altogether, but we give some flexibility for projects that want to do those redevelopments and add something with TDRs, or maybe add certain uses that we want to incentivize, and be able to have some flexibility in providing some nicer spaces. But right now, yeah, you would need to use like seismic upgrades or things like that if you wanted to redevelop. And so there are some options for developers right now.
And one additional piece of information is that the Policy and Services Committee on February 10th did have a discussion item on progress and direction for seismic hazards identification and risk management ordinance update. And so there actually is a separate parallel effort that's going forward to identify those buildings that are a seismic risk and potentially require upgrades to ensure that safety of buildings is a priority in
So
the
we
city.
could make them, we could force them to make it safe or not lease it out, but we can't let them completely refurbish the building in modern standards unless we remove the shrink wrap rule.
Depends on what you mean by modern standards. If you're talking about floor heights, yes, that change in floor heights would not be allowed under the current rule, but that is why we are here for this discussion with the PTC tonight.
And what would the applicant do if we follow staff's recommendation? Would they just sit and twiddle their thumbs for the unknown amount of time, or how does their thing go forward?
They would make their case.
The case would be made to council.
On a per project exception basis, or they would have to continue with this, making the change to the entire law?
Staff's recommendation, should the PTC move that forward, would advance this to council, and the discussion would be at council to determine whether to modify the code text amendment.
And can you clarify what harm this, as I understand, and I'm trying to interact so that I can understand because we're in the clarifying round, can you clarify what harm this will do on the housing process? As far as I understood what you said, it was, well, we have to wait around for the Senate to figure out what they're doing and everything's in stasis until then. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. It's a question of what the city council wishes to do in terms of implementation of Senate Bill 79. And so this portion of the code was identified as an opportunity to encourage housing by doing some loosening up of this constraint to allow that floor area to expand beyond the existing building shape.
So
but
you want to
focusing it
coerce
for housing.
developers to add housing to their commercial projects by using this hanging over their head? I know I rephrased that wrong, so why don't you do it better? But
The housing element directs us to find ways to encourage housing, particularly near transit. And so this was
seriously, what you guys are saying is so in contrast to what we're hearing from the applicant. We're really trying to narrow it down. So what is the problem? What is the problem with changing this?
Our staff's recommendation is that this move forward. Our recommendation is to not make the complete change at this time because we see benefits to other options, but we are open to whatever the Planning and Transportation Commission's
I
recommendation.
understand. I'm just trying to understand what the position of staff is, because it's unclear here, it's unclear in the presentation, it's unclear in the responses. And we're going to be making a recommendation on stuff you're working on, so we just want to understand it better.
I mean, again, we have 3 initiatives that are all moving forward in respectively supposed to be happening in March, July, and by end of year for all these ongoing initiatives. So
will this be resolved for them by the end of year?
I mean, presumably we are looking at resolving, how we want to make changes at the end of the year. It may be that the changes occur as part of something like the downtown housing plan without the need for a developer to, make changes through their own pathway. But ultimately, in all the documents and information that we are reviewing as we go through this effort, and talk to council about what they want to see. What's been very much highlighted to us is that in the downtown area in particular, it is very difficult to provide housing. But that is an area where we want to have housing. And the only way that we are going to get housing there is if we provide incentives to do that. And if we are not looking for ways to provide incentives to do that and making code modifications accordingly, then developers are not going to be incentivized and they are not going to develop housing in the downtown area.
But they're currently not why would they change? I mean, what the presentation we heard was, why would they change anything? They're getting money hand over fist with what they have.
Exactly. And so what we would be interested in doing is allowing them to continue to have their non-complying floor area and to improve that non-complying floor area, but allowing them to do that as an incentive.
Got it. Okay. Thank you guys for indulging in this conversation. I think I have a better understanding.
Mr. Yang, were you seeking to weigh in there?
I was just hoping to clarify, but it seems like the commissioner got the answer she was looking for.
I got an answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my concern, or my assessment of, my guess about your concern, and please, as part of the clarification here, tell me where this is incorrect, was that the downtown housing plan and our implementations for SB 79 offered us opportunities, particularly for more housing, which was directly relevant to the housing element. But if we removed the shrink wrap rule unilaterally early, sites might redevelop with smaller projects and therefore be unavailable for these potentially more valuable projects under the new rules being developed. So is that accurate?
I'll take a stab at this. So I think that's part of the answer. It's that if we remove the shrink wrap rule kind of in a vacuum, then there won't be an incentive for these non-complying commercial properties to redevelop with mixed use. They would just be able to redevelop with their non-complying commercial floor area and leave it at that. And we are looking for ways to convert this commercial area into a mixed use area.
Thank you. That's a more accurate and clear way of expressing what I was attempting. Any other clarifying questions, commissioners? Commissioner James.
So, yeah, I'm trying to kind of do this in my head, and I forget how many potential sites there were, but it feels like there were like 44 or something. I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to puzzle out in my head is we're assuming, I think, that some of these sites we're gonna potentially lose some housing development. But it's not clear to me if all of the sites are suitable to that. I mean, it seems like we might be talking about, I think we're just assuming all of those sites are the same, like have the same potential, and that feels wrong to me. So I'm not sure, can we go back to the inventories a little bit? To where it sort of said how many sort of fell into those categories?
Right, so there's 66 parcels that would have above the 1-to-1 floor area ratio, which would constitute a non-compliant building.
Right.
So there would be 66 properties that would be directly affected by this ordinance if it were to advance. And out of those 66, there's been 19 of those properties that have been redeveloped or had additions since, say, in the past like 10, 15 years.
Right.
So a more contemporary, probably unlikely to redevelop soon.
Right.
So that would reduce the number of potential properties to redevelop down to 47. So out of those 47, I think that's a great point to try to further parse out whether those properties could be developed with housing, what the feasibility could be, whether it's 1, 2, 15, perhaps 30 units, or whatever that would look like.
Yeah, I'm just sort of, don't think I want to jump to the conclusion that all 47 of those would be suitable for housing.
I would say that that's a reasonable conclusion. Our general feeling from a staff level is that there's not a huge number of units that we'd be talking about in terms of loss, but it's the question of whether we want to incentivize and get even those small number of units, I guess, for the downtown area. If there might not be a lot of opportunities, do we want to take advantage of the minimal opportunities that there are?
And I should probably know this, but like, have we identified, I'm sure we have, like sites that have potential for housing? And like, where do these overlap? I mean, presumably there are, like, I'm just trying to understand these sets, right? And if they're the same, if they're overlapping, it's kind of, I'm trying to figure out what the trade-off is. Are we holding back? I mean, a lot of the downtown looks a little long on tooth, and it would be really nice to have, I mean, every time I think about our downtown, I kind of use San Luis Obispo as one of my benchmarks and Stanford Shopping Mall. And we don't come close on either one. So and I felt that since I moved here in 2019. I was like, what is going on here? And I know there's some competition and some sort of, various limits here, but I find it very tempting to want to release the hounds, let's get the forces of the free market to improve the downtown. And I can't sort of sort out for myself, are we really, if we do that, how many sites are we and housing units are we really talking about? I mean, I feel like we should be able to do this math somehow. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I can do it, but I feel like it's doable.
All right, I think we should determine if there is any public comment, because we have certainly gone into clarifying questions in considerable detail. Mr. DeVetto?
Yes, through the chair, I've received one request to speak and no raised hands on Zoom, so I'll invite John S. to the mic.
Thank you for all of that. Good evening, Chair and members of the PTC. My name is John Schenk. I represent the Thwaites family. The Thwaites family opened their first shoe store in 1893. In 1899, they moved to 174 University Avenue. After doing some great business, by 1913, they redeveloped the property with the building that exists today, a 2.0 FAR building, retail on the ground floor, office above. That building today, if something happened, a fire, an earthquake, damage, and we can't build it back. The city has taken away that square footage. And in the downtown, the upper floors typically are office. The office space commands higher rents. There's more value. So in not having that floor, not only is it half the value in this two-story building example, it's more than half of the value. It's a huge taking in a lot of ways. It's hampering. We're not redeveloping. We're not reinvesting. To think of, hey, I want to put solar on the roof and do the electric, and I would do I? If something happens, I can't get it back. We're mummified. I appreciate that we're all focused. I'm on the housing committee, I'm on the retail vibrancy committee, I'm on the seismic committee. We want all these great things to happen. This issue is teeny. It's correcting a wrong from 10 years ago that it takes away what people did. The Thwaites in 1913 built a building. It complies with codes, was long-standing. All these memos that when they changed the thing 40 years ago were to protect the rights of the people who already had built those buildings. All we're saying is you don't lose it if you rebuild it and it's a little bit different shape. You can't violate the site development guidelines and all of that, but you're not going to lose it. And the idea that, well, we're going to leverage this to get housing. Sadly, the city's housing committees and the consultants who've done all of this have concluded nothing pencils financially in the downtown. Sites are too small. It just doesn't. That's a function of today's world. Hopefully it pencils tomorrow, but it doesn't. So here, the idea that, well, we'll let you have what's really yours if you do something else. It seems crazy. I'm very focused with the community and the city to come up with, how do we incentivize housing? How do we do these things? There's other mechanisms, but I boil inside it, well, we want to keep on the table this one. This is so focused and small. It's a couple fixes to the text to give people back the rights to own. If you all had a 2-story house and we said, whoop, anything happens, you can't put the second story back. What? Why? It complies with zone.
Thank you. This concludes your time.
Happy to answer any questions or participate if that's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schenk.
And through the chair, I have no other requests to speak.
Thank you, Mr. DeVetter. All right. I think we're open for discussion, I believe. Yes, technically, we could have a rebuttal if Mr. Hayes wishes to rebut Mr. Schenk's comment, I guess. But
Go for that.
If you have anything to add, you're welcome to do so.
I think I have something I can, hopefully it's thoughtful. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, we need housing, but we need better commercial spaces as well. Like, Commissioner James said, he was not impressed with Palo Alto's commercial, stock, especially in the downtown. And think about the effort that's gone into trying to make the streetscape, which is the necklace that kind of ties everything together, better if it's still just tying rocks as opposed to diamonds together in terms of what the buildings might look like on the street. You are in competition with Burlingame, maybe not San Luis Obispo, but it is beautiful. I love San Luis Obispo. Burlingame, San Mateo, Mountain View, all these, Redwood City, all these communities are attracting tenants, retailers, restaurants, new office space. Now, in this case, with the shrink wrap rule, it's not new office space. It's existing floor area that was mistakenly, let's say, taken away from commercial building owners. So that's one. And I just want to say, cities are living organisms. They need to renew and subdivide and be relevant and vital. And this is one way to take, I think, a step in the right direction. And I honestly think that if council is considering SB 79, get this on their agenda too, because they need to talk about them together. They want to hear your recommendation. This should not be serial, right? This should be parallel in process. So I would still ask for a recommendation to council to adopt this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. All right. Clearly, we have interest in discussion. I have Commissioner Peterson, then Heckman, then Templeton.
I'm favorable to sending this to council, and we like staff. I don't know, I assume everybody likes staff, but I really like the staff here. I'm partial to the staff in Palo Alto. I think because Palo Alto attracts some of the best and the brightest. And so it's always hard to kind of look past the staff and look at the local businesses and the people of Palo. Are they Palo Altans? Is that what we are? the Palo Altans, kind of like Whoville, right? And to have them say, look, we gotta push this one forward, and staff is awesome. You do great jobs, and staff, the passion you have is always awesome, right? And so that's, I think council, and I think the key is council would like to see all of this together. And I think council is brilliant. Obviously, council could put all these pieces together. They're not, it's just a recommendation. They can repackage everything however they want, and they will. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And that's why I'm confident to just say, yeah, let's push it across the line, let council take it. And, the general use permit for Stanford is coming up. And I think that's where the housing is. They own all the property along the railroad tracks or something like that. And they have like a 25-year deficit of community impact mitigations. And I think that's where you're going to find the housing at. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I'd like to start actually with a question for Mr. Hayes. If you want to come up.
Yes.
So when you started this process of trying to seek this amendment, you had written a letter November of 2024, which emphasizes that one of the benefits of eliminating the shrink-wrap rule is that you get new buildings that could include housing, and without it, if you can't replace the commercial floor area, you're not going to get that potential housing.
Correct.
So in your analysis, your color-coded map, 42 sites, do you have
how many are
well,
viable?
I have a sense that you really know our downtown area, and I'm wondering if you have a rough sense of whether, many, if any of those are legitimate candidates for housing, given the couple examples you showed us were university storefront commercial office.
Yeah, right,
right. And so sort of the hypothetical I'd like to pose to you is, assume we remove the shrink wrap rule only for those projects that are willing to add housing units, okay? Of the 42, do you think we'll see any in play? Do you think we'll see half of them play, a few? What's your sense?
If you remove the shrink wrap rule, but then burden the project to do that, you have to provide housing?
Correct.
Yeah. Not every, so it's not just the property, it's the owner of the property, right? Many of these properties, the Thwaites brothers they have many properties, but there's others that are, smaller owners that are mom and pops that own the property, or the business might own the property. And the last thing they want is the hassle of managing a mixed-use project, right? So you have to kind of strip those sorts of properties out just because the disposition of the owner is not, amenable to a mixed-use project. Anything along University Avenue that doesn't have an alley behind it, I would probably scratch off the list, because you just have one way. You've just got one way out to University Avenue, and University Avenue doesn't allow any kind of driveway cuts or anything like that. So you'd have a project that would have no parking at all, which can work, right? But like the discussion we had earlier, or you had earlier, it may not be the best thing to do, especially if you're trying to sell something. So I would say, if I was to guess, I'd say probably 25%.
Okay.
Would be viable, but they're also very small lots.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rare that you even get 10,000 feet as a lot, and so to really make housing work, you need to assemble parcels, and that's difficult, I think, in the downtown with the histories of these parcels' ownership going back so far. There are maybe 4 that are 7,500 square feet, and then the rest are 5,000 and 2,500. I mean, it's not the best. I mean, we've done 3 mixed-use projects in the downtown, but they're not providing lots of housing. Yeah. Now, another impediment to housing, if I can just add this, in the downtown, is the requirement in the zoning code that it has to be multifamily. So we used to do projects in the downtown. In fact, all of our mixed-use projects in the downtown are technically non-compliant now, because to do a mixed-use project in the downtown, it's a requirement that it be multifamily, which is defined as 3 units or more. These smaller properties are great for 1 and 2, units that you can add, on the second and third, or third and fourth floor. But so it's not a heyday of housing.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, or an abundance of housing.
All right, that's very helpful, thank you. So I'm just going to, I'm just going to give my comment. So when this was here in October, as staff has described, staff had proposed an alternative. What if we focused the release of the shrink wrap on these things we want to incentivize, retail and housing? And at that point, my position, and I think I was part of the majority there, thought it should be broader. We should just be, getting rid of it. That's what. But we were concerned what's our blind spot. So we sent staff away to look for, are there unintended consequences if we just get rid of the shrink wrap rule? I did not anticipate that it would come back in this posture where not only are we not looking at any of the staff's recommendation, not only staff recommendation, not, hey, there are no unintended consequences, that's the question you asked, that's the answer, or no, there are some, and so we still like the retail housing limitation. Instead, there's so much going on that, and we do have direction from council that they're looking for ways to incentivize retail and incentivize housing. And so staff's now recommendation is really just, let's just sit. And that's not very satisfying. I understand where it's coming from. It's not very satisfying. It feels a little bit like analysis paralysis. And I think 2 things are going to council, I think, in March, 1 in July. And my thinking is we should be recommending getting rid of the shrink wrap rule. And when we send that to council, they can fold it in, as Commissioner Peterson said, with all of their other discussions. And they can figure out how all these things work together, because we're not even seeing all those pieces. So I don't think we have that opportunity to make the nuanced call. But they can, if they get a clear message from us, and I don't really have a sense for what my fellow commissioners are thinking, that this is not good. Whatever, fix it in a way that serves the other purposes that you want, but fix it. I think that's the message, rather than table it. And again, I understand why staff's perspective on that, but I think we do better by sending it to council to make them wrestle with it. So those are, so I'd be supportive of moving the version of the shrink wrap rule to council, the version in our staff report, which I believe was provided by the applicant. Pardon me? I think there's only one version now. I think in October we had 2.
Yeah, we didn't present 2 options now,
Yeah.
just the
It's
applicant's
appearing on
proposed.
packet pages 34 and 35 and a line or 2 on 36. Yeah. So that's where I'm coming down tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton, then Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Heckman. The analogy that was coming to mind for me was, when 2 people have been dating for a long time and one says to the other, should we get married now? And they're like, well, I don't want to marry you right now, but just hang on the line a little bit longer. And I want to marry you at some point. And like this uncertainty creates so much tension and frustration. And I think that's kind of where my empathy is lying with the applicant. It's not that I don't believe there's a grand plan. I know you're working on it and it's hard. You don't have all the staff you need, and it's a lot of projects that are in this space right now. It's a lot to coordinate. So I understand the desire to have more time, and I really like Commissioner Heckman's suggestion and Commissioner Peterson about working with council to try and have them sort of navigate the order in which they do this, but from our perspective, that we can go ahead and give you that discretion to move it when it's appropriate. And, you know, I understand there may be time constraints because we have an applicant, so yeah, unfortunately that it is what it is. But I have worked in many of these buildings that are very old and very non-compliant and very unpleasant to work in. I have also worked in new buildings in Palo Alto that are a godsend. It was a delight to be moved to one of these newer buildings when I was working. So I don't just offer that the property owner has their rights and they should be able to improve their property. And I also argue that it's for the benefit of the workers as well. And of course, the improvement of the neighborhood. I think it's the most compelling thing I heard tonight was that many of these lots are small and not suitable for the kind of housing constraints that we're hoping could go there. I remember working on the ad hoc for the downtown area, and you know, it was not rife with opportunity the way that perhaps we hope and are holding out hope for. So I would like to go ahead and recommend this without adoption. Recommend this adoption without modification to the council whenever the time comes, but that's where I'm leaning at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Not to harp on this a little bit more, can staff provide a timeline? Suppose we recommend this, either the staff recommendation not to pursue the amendment or to forward the recommendation of adoption with or without modification to council. When would it get to council, do we think?
So a tentative date based on kind of our projections, it would be in May, potentially early May.
So the reason I ask this, right, is because we've been talking about how council will have to wrestle with SB 79 and these other items. But even if we were to forward this to council, it looks like it would come after the SB 79 discussion anyway. So I'm wondering from staff, does that impact the way you're thinking about this? Because you had said that we want to hold on based on all these other things in the air, but it looks like this will come out afterwards, even if we were to make the recommendation without modifications.
I can take a first stab at that. So a lot of these are ongoing efforts. The writing of the staff report occurred at the same time as some of these other staff reports going to council. Effectively, this was the first published report kind of dealing with the downtown as we're viewing some of these other ongoing efforts. So wanting to just voice that concern, but as the cookie crumbled with this, it turned out that this probably would be ending at following those other items, even though this report was published first. So,
if I could just add that the first discussion on SB 79 is moving forward soon, but that is just an initial discussion presenting some alternatives, and unless they direct us to do nothing, presumably we'd be coming back to them, ideally in very short order, given that SB 79 is effective July 1st. And I think that the downtown housing plan is where a lot of the discussion is happening, and that's an ongoing effort that's supposed to be finished by the end of this year, and if it's still on track. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then I had a really random question on packet page 32 about the stakeholder engagement. It says that notice of this public hearing was published in a local paper and occupants of property within 600 feet of the subject property. Is there still a subject property for this?
No, I'm sorry. I was removing language because it wasn't noticed to a radius, given that there is no specific property, but it was noticed on the paper.
Thank you. And then for the applicant, I was wondering a little bit more about how the timing impacts you, right? Because you had proposed this back in 2022, and you sent this letter in 2024, and now it's 2026, right? Like,
well, the building's been sold. Okay.
So just trying to understand here, help me understand, like, how does the time delay impact you so I can get a better sense here?
How does the time delay? Well,
Like-
there is no project right now that is tied to this application, but there are potential, projects of others that are out there and ongoing that are probably interested in the outcome of this. So it is timely in that regard. I mean, we had proposed a project in 2022 and went to council as a pre-screening. And it's taken us we delayed for a little bit, but it's been a process. Yeah. So not directly affecting anything that I'm working on, but there are others that probably would be affected if this drags out. Yeah. So,
Thank you. That's all my questions for now. So I think I'm probably the last one to chime in here, but it sounds like from my perspective that the majority of the commission is interested in moving this to council, and I would like to agree with that sentiment. Specifically, like Commissioners Templeton, Peterson, and Heckman mentioned, I think council is the right place to have the discussion. A one paragraph discussion about SB 79, I think, does not do justice about the tremendous impact that is coming through. And I simply feel like we're not the right body at the right time to be making these judgment calls around this area at this time. So yeah, I would also be supportive of alternative action 2 without modifications at this time. Thank you.
Any further comments, commissioners? Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, I honestly feel like the direction we're given isn't really too far from staff's ultimate intention here, which is to not let this tail lead the donkey. And I think we can tee it up that way so it won't. I think it is important I think it sends a better message to do it this way, because when they have their next, I can't remember what the March meeting is, but as part of the staff report, either the written report or the oral report, you can mention, and you probably will, this is going to be coming back to you maybe in May, depending upon what you, the council, tell us when you want to hear it. But, the PTC is recommending that you get rid of the shrink wrap rule. And so that can form part of their thought process as they go through these other things. And it may be that they want you to not bring this to them in May. Maybe they want it in, some other time to dovetail with something else, and that's fine. But again, and so I think their timing will address the concern expressed in the staff report, that this shouldn't advance prematurely. I'm prepared to make a motion if others don't have comments.
I have nothing to add to the articulate summaries I've already heard. So may I have a motion?
I move that the PTC recommend to council a modification of the PAMC section 18.18.120 to, as reflected in the applicant proposed text amendment appearing on pages 34 through 36 of our staff report for February 25th.
Do I have a second?
So moved. Second.
Mr. DeVera?
Yes. Commissioner G.
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you all. Next, we have approval of the draft summary and verbatim minutes of January 14th, 2026. Mr. DeVera, do we have any public comment?
Through the chair, I have received no public comment cards for this item, and I did want to make a note that everyone was here for that meeting.
May I, Chair, may I move?
Please do.
I'd like to move approval of the PTC draft summary and verbatim minutes as revised, probably by Commissioner Heckman and others. Yeah.
Seconded if Commissioner Heckman doesn't want to do it. We're just sharing the love tonight.
People are getting punchy up here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Commissioner G.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Commissioner, Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Do we have any commissioner questions, comments, or announcements tonight? Commissioner G.
I'll let Commissioner Templeton go first.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to echo the sentiments people said earlier about appreciating the City Council and the staff for getting the guards at the train tracks. I've heard a lot of very positive sighs of relief from the community in response to that. I'm hearing people are emailing and texting me left and right about like how exciting this is for them, and to echo the kind of relief that Commissioner Peterson mentioned. So I just thought I would share a little appreciation for staff since we've had lots of discussions this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
I want to express specific appreciation for OOT's presentation today. I really enjoyed that. I know they're not here to hear it, but I think I would like to say the sentiment of the commission is that we really appreciate the update there. And this is my bad for not announcing this earlier, but I believe that Commissioner James and I will be hopefully attending the next meeting from the, I always forget the name, is it the California Cities Planning, I don't know, Ms. Armour
Cal
has it.
Cities is good enough.
Yeah, League of California Cities.
The League of California Cities Conference, and we will hopefully have an update to provide y'all next time.
I think you'll really,
I'm hoping to attend remotely, but we'll finalize that once I look at the agenda for the conference.
And you might talk with some of the other members who have attended this training, planning commissioners training in the past. There may be other activities that you'll want to attend at that time.
yeah, I think you'll really appreciate it, and you will be busier than you expect.
Okay, duly noted, Chair, thank you.
Any others? Thank you all. We are adjourned.